like a browser profile for it, so I don't need to manually do this every time. I'm just so lazy with setting this kind of stuff up. Okay, let's go in. Yeah, so boss meals would be, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like Shadow and Book. Yeah. And I also need to restart Chatarina. I wish I could have like a permanent login token, but it would also be insecure. Yes. Oh, my shadow ray is 30 mil now? What changed? I don't even remember. Maybe just the event stats. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-da-dum. Yeah, we can go into slime after this. Let's go. Apparently I accidentally pressed Will of Erda. Wait, am I even in smoke screen? I wasn't in smoke screen. And I wasn't in continuous ring. Imagine optimizing. Permastones. That's not what I was trying to do. Yeah, I could still use more damage on this Shadower, so that even when I play poorly, I still clear it fast. Yeah, we are not clearing before the test. I don't even know if I'm clearing the task, to be honest. Like, nothing is in a good position here. Like, this one is not gonna hit. Oh. No, it's not saved. Oh, maybe this one? Damn, I got stunned so much in this run. Okay, we saved it. Sparkling. Foggies. Not ideal positioning. Go. Well, I didn't mean to press that. What the hell? Go, go, go. Ba-da-ba-dum-ba-dum. Average Lotus Phase 3 experience. Just get stunned by everything. Ba-da-ba-ba-dum, ba-da-ba-dum. Yo, I got a green box from Akaji. Time to get nothing. I mean, even if I get like a level 3, I mean, okay, if I get like a continuous 3, then it's like 500 mil. I guess it's kind of nice. It's like another 1.5 boss meals worth of massa, but yeah, it's not gonna be that. You already know what it is. I guess I'll still put it up because it's like a nice Legion meal ring to just have the extra attack. Really? Don't reverse me. Yup. What lines do I even have on this? Oh, that's pretty decent. What about the B pods? Yeah, I could work on weapon B pod as well. Could use some work. Okay, next. Next. That is not it. Looking good. I didn't open the MVPs. What was I? Oh yeah, the MVPs. Wait, they're up to 2.9. I don't think they're gonna sell, but we'll see. And then... Viper, I think? Yeah. Wait. Did I? Oh, okay. I thought I missed one of the accessories. Wait, I didn't switch back to raid power, I don't think. Fuck. Always forget something. Imagine remembering things. Union coupon. Okay. Yup. Raid. Stop. Yeah, it's so weird. When you slide in this map as a buccaneer, because the terrain is not even, it's almost like you're jittering around. Like the character is shaking. Why did they even use that? What? Really, Valen? Okay. Outplayed by Valen. Wait, did I do slime? I don't think I have done slime. Didn't necessarily mean to press that now, but that's okay. Oh, I've already used my bind. That's kind of stupid. I need to remember, bro, like, I set up my buff favorites, but I still want to look in the top right, and then I'm like, where's my AB link? Where's my other buffs? Because I keep forgetting. And Hexa Octopunch is crazy. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Freaking. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Let's go. Fuck him up. Nearly 246, let's go. Big gains. Three mag pots, easy. Oh yeah, 250p's. Hello, lazy. Can I do star pop mark with Master Lion, double strength? Oh, that's really nice. How much was it? Wait, really? 4 bill for 22? That's really nice. I guess maybe it had like low scissor count, but still, that's like a really good deal. Mouse fell and now it's working properly again. Yo, let's fucking go. That's how you fix electronics. I've already done this, I already forgot. How did this survive? Bum, 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 bum. Wait, I don't have burst. Classic Pierre. Is this untradeable? Oh shit, okay, never mind. That's a waste. Okay. Looks good to me. And I want to use the coupon on accessory crafting. It's your boy Intalia. Dun, dun. Like, the name of the NPC basically means, like, cutting jewelry. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Accessory crafting. Okay. Like, cutting jewels, basically. Ba-da-bum. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. No space. Hold on. These things are not selling. Okay. So the glowing cubes, I guess I can reroll the Lin secondary again. Wait, I don't have RP to buy them, I don't think. Yeah, no. Like, I legit cannot get my RP right now. Okay, where are we grinding again? I was grinding... I was grinding what? My Mercedes... Is my Mercedes 260 or not? Wait. I don't think it's 260. I kinda... Yeah, I forgot about the Mercedes completely. So we're gonna get back to that. But I was grinding on dual blades. And I think I got a couple hours left of coupons. So let's do that. Oh, it's a new week. I see. Yeah, well, we'll see. I think I'll at least try to do the activations, unlike my other characters, because it's good EXP. But yeah, we'll be grinding on this. Need my pets. Could use a 3x, could use the boosters. Already used the boosters. I'll save the 3x for the activations. So just hello Peewee, just before reset, I wanna like switch to like Mercedes and like Kali and do the activations and Lumi. However many transfers I can get away with. I can probably do all of them. We have so many things to check in, it's actually ridiculous. Yeah, looks good to me. Want the event now? Hello, Hugh. I want the showcase now, I'm so curious. Any predictions? I honestly don't know what to expect this time. They could go either way. It could be a slow patch in terms of content, because they seem to put emphasis on quality of life. Like Chanksub in the announcement seems to emphasize quality of life, because he says we put together many updates that the players were asking for a long time. So it could go either way. It could be like one of those patches where they don't really release any crazy content and it's like new class, huge quality of life type shit. Or it could be both and then it would be like really crazy. It's anyone's guess. Because it's like historically we've never had patches, like patches were never as fast paced as the past few patches. So we'll have to see if they can continue going that crazy every patch. To me, the past few patches felt like very huge. If you compare it to, for example, if you think about like Glory and like when Arc was released, those patches, you know, and like Awake, those patches were a lot slower than the type of stuff we get now. in terms of content. And so, you know, it's anyone's guess. Maybe at some point there's like another slow period like that. Which I don't really care, like, as long as there's good quality of life. I'm just kind of, it's more like I'm curious to see if they can continue just hyping patches up like that or not. Just really on the money from cubes and Star Force? Probably, yeah. The thing is, like, Glory was cool. Like, you know, the game was fun to play and all. You know, KMS population was booming as well during Glory. So it wasn't necessarily a bad patch. I'm just saying, like, those patches, the content was like a lot slower. Focus on Legion Champ. I don't really try hard bossing, so I don't think so. Like, I don't even know if I'm gonna liberate even my Dark Knight with a new system. At least fully liberate. Because it's like, I don't feel like spending twice as long in like hard Lotus just to do the mission. I'm not trying to min-max EXP, it's fine. Like, maybe once my boss meals are all like 100 mil plus combat power, when I can kill Hard Lotus in like 5 minutes on all of them, then they become champs. Because then I'm willing to do Hard Lotus. Might take a few years. But you never know, because I'm very random. So I could completely change my mind from, like, overnight. I could decide all of a sudden to change the way I play completely. Well, it's just like, I don't want to do a low damage clear, right? Like, I just want to be able to, like, brute force, especially Hard Lotus. I don't want to do, like, a low damage clear. But yeah, I mean, if I start grinding, like, if I start grinding characters past 260, like, let's say I decide to grind my boss mills to like 285 or something, then I would make big hexa gains as I do that, and then they would get a lot stronger. I don't know if they would be strong enough to do Hard Lotus quickly though, still. Because, like, they would have to be as strong as my Dark Knight. And my Dark Knight has decent Hexa. I mean, it's not nowhere near max Hexa, but it's got level 29. Like, my Dark Knight is still a bit annoying to do Hard Lotus, even though it's so strong. So that would be, like, the minimum requirement for me to do Hard Lotus on a character. Especially on a character that I don't know how to play. And my Dark Knight has like level 29 Mastery Core. It's like 100 mil combat power. You know, it's got quite a bit of fragments invested. I'd like to do like 5 minutes or something. So I guess it depends more on when I randomly decide to grind my boss mills to 285. And whether that Hexa progression would be enough. And also whether I decide to progress Hexa before Soul Janus. Like, maybe I just decide, oh, I wanna max Soul Janus first, and then they get no damage progression. Even with skill sequence, I just find it like so annoying if I have to like actually engage with the Hard Lotus mechanics. Like, if it was all the Hard Lotus, then maybe, but that's not a thing anymore. So yeah, like, I really don't care, so it's more like, if I can get it as a free byproduct of me doing other things, then I'll get the free Legion Champ stuff. It's like 2 bursts. Yeah, that's how it is on my Dark Knight. But like my other boss mills are not as strong as my Dark Knight. It's gonna take years for them to get to that point. And that's only the minimum for me, right? Because it's like on Dark Knight it's easier because it's a brain dead class and I know how to play it. On a class that I don't know how to play, I would need even more to make it like not annoying. Especially because I play very unoptimally. Even on Bowmaster, it's like I'm not used to not having a rush, so I try to rush and then I realize I don't have it and then I get pushed. Still takes some practice. Oh, they get a rush? Well, that helps. Like, if it was, let's say, like Dark Now, like normal Dark Now or hard Dark Now instead of hard Lotus, then I'd be more willing to like try hard at lower damage clear, because that's actually a fun boss fight. But I really don't feel, you know, like really pushing for that just because. What is this blaster? Nah, it's a dual blade. Very cool class, very satisfying class. Hello, Helion. Yeah, it's a banger both visually and like the sound design. I love the sound design of this class. Got more tornadoes. Are you a wind archer? Or I guess it's 0. Yeah, 0 is cool too. I can't even begin to like play 0 optimally, but it's very fun, very cool. Swap into Hoyoung. That's a very visually appealing class. It took me some time to get used to, because I'm used to like timing my rotation based on the fountain, but on Hoyoung it's more like you're doing the tonic cycle, and the fountain is kind of like an afterthought. Kind of like on mechanic where you don't want to go off the fountain, you want to go off your summons, and the fountain is kind of like in between. Is it fun? Kind of going blind into it? Yeah, it's fun and very cool visually. It's a very unique class. I think you're gonna have a lot of fun with it. Oh, add time. Up. 260 Boma, it's kind of boring, visual wise not much, but the 260 upgrade your Hurricane. It sounds like turbo lag of car. I enjoy Bowmaster. Like I don't mind simple classes, but it is a very simplistic class. But yes, it has like a cool like extra thing where it goes like machine gun mode. It is pretty cool. I guess it does sound like a turbo. Yeah, with the skill sequence, it's so free. Great boss mill. Oh, you play on handheld? That's fun. I started setting up controller just like for fun, because it's like a nice challenge to try and grind peak rates on controller with like active rotations and stuff. But I still need to like set up my keybinds in a consistent enough way that I don't need to constantly swap presets on the controller. Like with the Steam controller support, there's a lot of flexibility. You can do so much stuff. Like if you don't have enough buttons, you could put buffs on like a selection wheel where like you press like your right stick, and you know, depending on what direction you do, it does a different buff. Kinda easy on Bowmaster. Yeah, it's just the burst buffs. That's like a decent amount of buttons. Hello, Rabasuku. Yeah, we're grinding dual blade today. Arrow plus modifier. Yeah, that's cool. Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, you can do like, with layers you can do a lot. Especially for things that you don't need to press constantly. Sometimes it's frustrating on the portals when you accidentally move the stick up. Yeah, so the way I deal with that is, I mean, I haven't played a whole lot with controller yet, so I don't know if like the muscle memory is gonna be tough with that, but basically I disable up and down on the analog stick and I bind up and down to like shoulder buttons. Because realistically, like, first of all, when I'm grinding, I only want to occasionally tap the arrow keys. I'm not constantly pressing the arrow keys. And when I'm pressing the arrow keys, I usually want to press right or left. Up and down are very special cases. And so if you train your muscle memory to not want to go up and down on the stick, you know, to train your muscle memory to press, you know, something like a trigger button or something to go up, it solves that problem, and it's actually like less error prone than a keyboard. But it takes some practice, that's for sure. It also prevents things like accidentally grabbing ladders. That's like the worst with a analog that goes all four ways. Yeah, it's so annoying. They need to add some kind of toggle to not be able to take portals and ladders when you don't want to. Some toggle, we have an Ursus to zoom back. Oh, true, yeah, you can like zoom in Ursus. I forgot how that even works. Would be cool to have that option, to have like a bigger or smaller FOV without changing the resolution. What if they increased player count on instance maps? Given KMS population, that's a real possibility. I don't see anything wrong with that. If anything, just instance everything. Like, instance Arcane River as well. Like, in Burning Words on KMS, like in Challenger World on KMS, they instanced all level, like, sub 200 maps, I think. I forgot. But they instanced even more maps just for Burning Words. So they can do that. So they could do that for Arcane Reaver too. Would be nice. Oh, the Massa Tracker is just OBS. I can do whatever I want with OBS. Like, I don't see it in-game, right? It's only on the stream. And I can look over at my OBS preview if I want to, but yeah. Like, you could use OBS... Like, the thing is, with OBS, you can project... Like, you can full screen the preview of your stream. So you could like look at the OBS output and play the game looking at that. There's gonna be some input lag. I mean, it's just like I'm taking the game source. Yeah, like I'm just like cutting the full game source basically. Yeah. Yo, Ali, thank you for the raid. Yeah, if you want like a very cozy and just a very nice and friendly stream, check out Ali Cats for some Chronos and Barra content. It's sleepy, time for a nap. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. See you next time. Got the bishop to 200 on Chronos. One of the 3 explorer mages done. Let's go. Yeah, definitely get the mage link. Need to CC. Hello, Fogara. Been grinding my Deal Blade. Also posted my Yeti video. If you didn't see it. Absolute cinema. Need to grind out Pencilier for the bishop. Gonna use it to do Scrapyard. Delco 3 weeklies. Yeah, that's fair. It's also a good one because it's like it doesn't require a lot of crit rate. Has decent mobbing damage like right off the bat. Know how to play it? Yeah. I think it's not worth using the challenger word for someone that doesn't grind that heavily. I think it's still worth, because you can just do dailies, clear bosses. Like, the challenger gear instantly makes you strong enough to do up to normal slime and easy lucid. So you can, and doing like the 1k mobs a day already gives you like a lot of coins to get stuff from the challenger shop. And if you do your normal slime and easy lucid and you do your attendance for the whole event, you get your temp level 4 Oz ring. So basically, like, you're doing your weekly bosses likely more easily than you would in your main words, with the extra rewards and the passive from burning words. So you can take it slow and still benefit from challenger words, in my opinion. And like, you're probably not gonna reach 30k if you don't grind at all, but like, you can get like a lot of points. And like, they give a lot of free EXP and level potions and stuff, especially if we get the Calling attendance that MapleStory got. We get another Transcendent and a 275 potion. Like, the value is there, even for a casual player. Maybe not as big for heroic, but even for heroic, depending on your situation, is like, if you're established in heroic and you're already capping boss crystals with boss meals, well, now you can go beyond the crystal limits, because challenger word is separate, and you get a head start on a boss meal. If you're not established in heroic, then it's straight up like easier. You know, you're gonna be stronger in challenger words. So yeah. Well, we don't know the details, so if the heroic challenger word is same rule set as heroic, so it's like a separate challenger word that works like heroic, then yeah. If it's the same challenger word for both, then it's probably only if you're like new. Like, at least for someone who's planning to go to heroic, or if you're like, yeah, if you're new and you're building up Legion, basically. Most link skills level 3. I still think it's great, because like, even like, think about like level 4 Oz ring. You know, you start at level 10 symbols instead of like level 7. I think there's a lot of value there. And like, the Monster Park and dailies, like, you can claim dailies EXP and Monster Park EXP on both challenger words and heroic, or whatever word you play. So now you don't have to take away the EXP from an, like, you know, you can get EXP from dailies and Monster Park on 2 characters, because you're playing both words. And like, maybe you're not gonna play hard enough to get 20 potions, maybe you only get 10. That's still 10 level 200s for just casually just starting the hyperburn, doing dailies to 260, throw in any free EXP you get on it, and doing your weekly bosses up to normal slime and easy lucid. You know, like you just do that, and you get the level 4 Oz ring pretty quickly. You do your 1k mobs a day, do your dailies. Bum, 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 bum. You don't even have to do pre-quests, right? Like before, you could argue like, oh, but I need to spend hours doing pre-quests. But now it's like you can, like the pre-quest skip is account wide, and it's also like it doesn't even make you read the summary. So you reach level 200 instantly in Arcane River. Don't need to watch anything. Every new area you unlock instantly, just skip the pre-quest, get the symbol. And boss pre-quest should also be minimal. Like, I don't know if, like, there might be a few things to do to unlock all the bosses, but it's gonna be like a lot less than before. I'm not even sure. Like, I feel like even the bosses are gonna be account-wide unlocked. I don't remember exactly. Like, Lotus and Damien are straight up immediately available. There's no pre-quest anymore. We'll see, I guess. I don't remember the details. Like, obviously I'm not a heroic player, so you should always, I mean, you should take anyone's opinion with like a grain of salt. But that's what it looks like to me. I forgot. Yeah, have a good meal. Have a good nap, alley cats. Hello, Hatu. Why am I running out of MP? I don't understand. Oh. So how am I healing? Oh, because I have the wrong potions keybound. Still not convinced on Ice Lightning. Level 1 and the skills look really good. It just feels slow. Probably a good class to learn the game. You need to get used to teleport, I guess. But yeah, you need to get a feel for it. Once you get your 5th job skills, those are also gonna help with mobbing. Especially, like Ice Age and like the Snow Lady, whatever it's called. Spirit of Snow, I forgot. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Ba-bum. Boom. Yo, thank you for the follow, Chan Like Spy. Hello. Big fan, thank you. Appreciate it. Use my hero rotation for this map. It's a pretty neat rotation. It's comfy. But yeah, you can basically apply the same principle to other maps. Like the way I use Blitz Shield. Especially, like the up jump and Blitz Shield. You can use that in a lot of maps. And you'd be surprised at how much you can hit with Blitz Shield. Like, if you look at my Dark Knight Alley 4 rotation, you can see just how much Blitz Shield can hit. Yeah, I mean, this map is really easy. You don't have to use Blitz Shield. It just makes it a bit nicer because you can cut a corner. Yeah, understandable. For me, it's like muscle memory. Like, I automatically kind of want to press it in between spawn cycle. But yeah, I like it because, like, I don't have to jump into this corner and then rope lift and stuff. I can just, like, skip that corner entirely because of Blitz Shield. Yeah, I think a lot of people sleep on Blitz Shield. It's good for bossing too, depending on the boss. Like, if you're doing a chip damage boss that doesn't have heal lock like Hard Lotus, using Blitz Shield off cooldown just allows you to tank more chip damage, basically. Like Dark now, it's nice in Dark now too. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, big survivability boost. Didn't max it. Yeah, it's kind of weak. That's for sure. Like, if you're barely one-shotting, then your Blitz Shield is definitely not gonna be strong enough. Would have probably went with other mobs. Yeah, glad to help, or at least provide some reference so that you kind of figure out how to grind your own way. Outlook 3. That's a good map, yeah. It's OP for Dual Blade because you can like use cooldowns and then take the portal. Like if I use that skill and I take a portal, it's gonna hit 2 groups of mobs because it hits multiple times. So you can kind of TP farm in Outlook 3 as a Dual Blade. Yeah, true. If you have Dusk, you can TP farm. Yeah, that's true. Like, with Soul Janus Dusk, you can TP farm and that shit. Yeah, it's actually so OP. Like once you realize that, you can abuse it a lot. Like you really want to be moving when you use this. So I'm hitting the entire top just by doing that. Yeah, that's pretty good rates for like lazy dusk, level 1 dusk. Just TP farming. Worth extra effort from standing in one spot. Yeah, honestly, like it's so easy to TP farm. It's just an overlay, but a lot of people think it's real. I guess I did a good job with it. Yeah, you just have to look at the time and you notice that it doesn't change. Yeah, I could make a change, but I'm too lazy. I didn't mean to click that. A lot of monitors. Yeah, it's just like I got some CRTs for retro gaming. And then I have the music visualizer there, even though it's kind of occluded. Move. Need to go eat dinner. We're back soon. Stay tuned. Enjoy the music. Dinner time for me. See you in like 40 minutes. Check out my video if you haven't. The Yeti documentary. And if you start now, you have just about enough time to watch it by the time I get back. See you soon. Okay, back. Sad violin. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's nice. Especially on violin. From Naruto? Yeah, I'm not sure. Probably, yeah. It's a good arrangement. Watch both the videos. Thank you. I appreciate it. Really happy with how they turned out. And yeah, I feel like I've improved a lot since the first one. And hopefully next one is also gonna see... like, I love to like try new things and improve every video. $250 on the shade. Congrats, congrats. That was a very quick 250. Replace fountain. Immediately grief it. Yo, I got all perfects. Nice. Legendary B-pot? Damn. With 20 cubes you got legendary B-pot? 5 masses, 5 all? That's pretty nice. What the hell? You actually juiced farming gear. The awesome player special. So to get the fastest time on the totem thing, you can miss up to 2. Like you can get up to 2 greats or 1 like of the worst possible like timing, and you still clear it as fast as possible. How much would it be if you rolled double masso? Take it 25 stars. 25 stars is pretty hard. It's kind of like hitting 23 now. But yeah, I mean, you could tap it to 23, you know, push your luck, and if you don't get too unlucky with 23, you don't end up sinking too much masso into it. Like 23 after the changes. It would be pretty sick. Last line was HP. Imagine if it was like another line of stat or another line of massa. Yeah, that would be worth a lot. Yeah, imagine having 2 items like that. You wear them and you have full massa gear. Over 100 bill? Maybe. Probably. Double Prime is pretty expensive. Hello, Liu Ev. It's been a while. What level do I want this character to be? I'm just trying to get everything to 260 for now. Just kinda like grinding out Legion coupons and then switching characters. Come back for Sia. Yeah, it's a pretty cute class. And visually, it just looks so cool. I definitely looking forward to checking it out. I'll probably save it for the next Challenger World, unless they allow us to hyperburn. What's Challenger Words? It's Burning Words, just a new version with bigger rewards. And they said they're gonna make it so that you can transfer to Heroic as well. So now Heroic will be able to benefit from it as well. But yeah, it's like a temporary word with extra rewards and extra perks. Yeah, like your Hyperburn gets higher level symbols, more nodes. And then by clearing certain weekly bosses, you unlock bigger rewards as well. And I'm sure with Challenger World hitting Heroic, those content creators that usually make guide content, you know, I'm sure they're already working on a video explaining everything. But yeah, I'm gonna be playing Challenger World myself, as I always... Well, not always, but like, I often do Burning World just for the fun of it. Even though it technically doesn't benefit me that much, because I'm already like super established. The potions? I have no idea. I'll figure it out when I get there. Well, I have my old jet that's already like 225. So many transcendent potions. Yeah, and I think if we get the Maple Sea attendance where there's like an extra calling attendance in Maple Sea, that maybe we get it too. There's another transcendent, and there's like a 275 potion. Well, I haven't been throwing potions in my beginner. If I'm leveling beginner, I wanna level it manually, just for the fun of it. But that idea is kind of difficult because, like, I would need to somehow be able to make hundreds of giant potions per day, and then use the giant potions to grind. One 300 beginner. And like, if we get the reworked, like in Maple Sea, they reworked Singapore and Malaysia, and they made them into like level 260 something areas, and I think beginners can still enter those maps. And so if we get that, then you could actually grind beginner to like 285, but like the biggest problem is just like being able to have enough giant potions. I don't think you can hyperburn beginner, but yeah. Challenger Word beginner. But then I wouldn't be able to benefit from the Challenger Word stuff. Would be pretty funny though. Bum, 126%, good stuff. $200 an hour? Okay. Yeah, as you move to higher level areas, it's gonna be more. $2.9 per minute. And are you still in Arcana, or have you moved on to higher level areas? Bum, 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 bum. No. Ba-da-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum-bum. Ba-bum. Ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum-ba-dum. Way too far right. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-ba-dum. No. So much farming, yup. Yeah, I think as soon as they release even just one new area, they're gonna lower the EXP curve a lot to 300. But my prediction is that when they release new areas past Telehearts, they're gonna like do like a big patch where they raise the level cap and they release like multiple new areas. But we'll see. Because it would feel more impactful if they do it like that. And then like they raise the level cap and they like significantly lower the EXP curve. I don't really care about like the level cap. I mostly care about what the experience is like when you're not level cap, or when you're like not going for like insanely high level. What level is my main? I have a 2d5 Dark Knight, but I don't really focus on one class. Like, if you look on Maple ranks, you'll see that I have like 0 daily EXP. I don't even do dailies. Like, I haven't even been doing the Punch King. I keep forgetting. And I do the Punch King on mules instead of the Dark Knight. I don't think I'm gonna do MP even when it's weekly, because it's... Like, even if you're strong enough to solo it, it's like... If I don't find the boss, then it takes forever. And just having a lot of weekly and daily chores becomes overwhelming. It's just so annoying, like... Oh, did I do everything today? I need to go through like the list of tasks, and it just gets very annoying and overwhelming. Bum, 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 bum. Are the songs not copyrighted? So the synth wave stuff is free to use. So those two artists specifically, Home and Fowey or whatever, they specifically say that their music is free to use as long as you credit them. So those are safe to use. The other stuff is MapleStory music, and then there's one song from Gran Turismo 3, which has been, like, all of that has been used in many videos with no copyright claims. So yeah, I was pretty careful with that. Definitely don't want to get my video muted or taken down. I kind of hate the new combat power system, even though it's a lot easier to understand. I don't mind. I like the combat power system, but I don't give it too much importance. Because if you understand how damage works, then you don't need to necessarily look at your combat power too closely. Ba-da-dum. The new stat window provides more information. I think it's great. I don't mind. Bum, 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 bum. Thank God he removed buff freezers. I can't believe we dealt with buff freezers for so long. Shit. Yeah, it's been a while. I don't even remember anymore. But I was so happy when they removed buff freezers. Yeah, like practicing bosses, doing boss meals, it was so bad with buff freezers. I think it was a natural thing where like people started going harder on boss mills, and so they started doing quality of life. Bum, bum, bum. How much for a BOT? No idea. Shut. Bum, bum, bum. Oh my god. When I mistime my up jump. I should just not use the... Well, actually no, I cannot do when I use the dual blade up jump here because it actually clears mobs. One shot the mobs, yeah, I'm pretty... Honestly, I'm not even that funded on this. Yes, it's not even that fun. I mean, I have a 5 king weapon. Just because I saw this for pretty cheap. It's like 21... Well, 30% attack between main pot and B pot. But it's a Fafnir, so I'm missing out on attack from the arcane. How much was it? I forgot. It was like a couple bill in the auction house. It's been years since I got that. Hyperburn dual blades. Any tips? Dual blade is pretty straightforward. Well, use Final Cut, I guess. Try to get enough buff duration to make the Final Cut upkeep easy. And if you use Sudden Raid, you lower the cooldown on Final Cut. By how long? I don't remember. minus 20% on the remaining cooldown every time you use Sudden Raid. Also, you wanna utilize Haunted Edge, those blades that proc from the 5th job skill. You can use it as a mobbing skill if you time it. So you can use the 3rd job skill instead of using Blade Fury, right? You use this skill, which is like the 3rd job skill, like Bloody Storm or whatever, so that it doesn't activate Haunted Edge when you don't want to use it, to time it. Sudden Raid after Final Cut, pretty much, if you don't have hella buff duration like me. And also, like, when you use the, like, Blades of Destiny and Tornadoes, they hit multiple times, so you want to be moving while you use them. Like, you have to use them very strategically. Like, I up jump here and I move as much as possible here so that it hits more mobs, because it's doing multiple hits. So the only reason I'm able to clear the entire top with Blades of Destiny is because I'm hitting this quick jump and up jump to make sure the hits are moving around. Hello, Catty. Same for the tornadoes. As you move, like when you use it, if you move as you use it, the tornadoes are gonna spread out a bit more. Can do an installation package for AutoCAD, complete dogshit, there's no MSI. Yeah, that sounds annoying. I feel like every existing tool to create an installer is just like so janky, often proprietary shit. It has its own weird scripting language. Yeah, it's so annoying. Ba-dum. Done 22 minutes, all the hard loaders in my Dark Knight. But all the hard loaders was easier for me. I mean, it took like weeks and weeks of attempts. I find it more overwhelming. I just get destroyed by everything. Because I actually have to think about what I'm doing in the new Lotus fight. Yeah, and Black Mage mechanics don't look easy or nice at all. Like, the chains are so annoying. And I don't like the way the meteors work too. Meet the season. Whoops. Bumped the microphone. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Bum, ba, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-ba-bum. Ra-pa-dum-pum-pum-pum-pum. Hello, shark. Hello, hello. Need to remember like 1 hour and a half before reset maybe to go and do activations on the other classes. Ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-ba-dum. Bum-ba-dum-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum-bum-ba-da-bum. No. Was looking at MapleStory charts on SteamDB, was impressed for 20 years, for a 20 years old game. In June 2022, the pick was 7.2k. Today, that's the number of players currently online. Yeah, I think it's also that, well, Maple wasn't always on Steam, so over time, more people realized that they could play through Steam. But yeah, like to this day, I don't think most players are even using Steam. But it's hard to say because, well, most players are people who don't post on forums and stuff, don't post on Reddit, don't join the Discords. So it's hard to really say whether like the general preference is Steam or an Axiom launcher. But Yeah, it definitely opened up the game to like a lot more people. And yeah, like that's the thing. Like when people say like the glory days of Maple, where like GMS had a lot of people, I don't really know. Like we don't really know the real numbers. You know, it's just like the way that you felt about it. Because I feel like Maple is doing well, at least in Korea. In the West, it's like, I mean, it's doing better than a lot of other MMOs for what it is. Bum, 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 bum. Da-da-da-dum. Hello, Lan. Doing great. Remember when you played for the first time in 2022? The channels were almost empty. Yeah, and like in 2019, it was like really bad in regular servers at least. It's a lot better now. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Why are you still farming with the grid pendant on? Yeah, a grid pendant, like, it doesn't even do anything for farming. It's just like for bossing, like boss drops. Recube the Sweetwater pendant, it's 30% int. Kinda hurts to recube, but I mean, it's gonna be strong farming gear. It's already Star Force and everything. Mm-hmm. Trying all stats. 2 cubes in. Oh my god. If only you were playing Xenon. True. If only. For gore. Drop and 2 lines int. That's really nice. Bum, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum, ba, bum. Two transposed sweet waters for farming gear. That's pretty interesting setup. Can you wear both of them at the same time? I guess they're not unique equipped. Hybrid and 10 ints. That's pretty good. Yeah, you got a nice setup. Was supposed to be damage gear, but now you're stuck with your black pin mark. Ba-ba-da-ba-dum. It's okay, you're gonna get something eventually for damage gear. Didn't see a black bin mark spear for like 2 months. That's kind of crazy. Feel like it should be way more common than that on reboot. Need the CC. Yeah, unlucky, man. Didn't even safeguard your last one since you thought they were common. They should be. They should be. But still rare enough that the variants can fuck you, I guess. Pa-pram, pa-pram, pa-pram. No. Next transfer in 2 days. Gotta find some stuff for your Mercedes burn. Yeah, definitely get prepped, especially with nodes and stuff. Already put about 500 nodes. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, you're gonna be fine. Ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum. Mm-hmm. Bum-ba-bum-bum. Bum-bum-bum-bum. Bum-bum-bum-bum. Ba-bum-ba-bum. Bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Damn it. Hello, Alec Hats. Did you have a good sleep? Good enough to start another explorer. Let's go. Hello, Nat. A coupon. Completing fan badges with your TP rock. Makes sense. Yeah, good chance to do that. Halfway through a badge and then you realize there's a boss card. Yeah, some people farm that shit for like months. Like, min-maxers will go for like all the percent attack badges and some of them are difficult and stuff. Did you get the Rihanna Straight boss badge? You can re-enter as many times as you want. That makes sense. But yeah, it still takes a while. There's a pity system, but I don't know how many kills you have to do. Gave up. Hello, Sawi. Been grinding my Dual Blade. It's been good. Oh yeah, my bad. As for I don't know why I was thinking of Monster Collection. Yeah, it's not for fam cards. Some changes to your Carlos party. I see, yeah. With no boss card, it's pretty easy. As long as there's like a decent spawn in the map, yeah. Party leader quits? Oh. Yeah, people come and go. Ba-ba-bum. Time to blind more farms. We have to assign a new party leader, and this decision was anonymous. It was a smooth transition. Okay. Yeah, unanimous decision. That's good. Nice to have unity in your group. Why do parties need a leader? Because someone has to call the shots and make the decisions. Like, not every person will have leadership skills and make like good decisions. It's not impossible to like self-moderate, but it's not necessarily bad to have one person that's like responsible for that. Well, I imagine even just like the, you know, the whole logistics of like scheduling and how to group people and all that kind of stuff. I could never deal with any of that, by the way. That's why I'm a solo player. It's natural to find a leader. It depends on the people, but the average person wants to be told what to do, right? Like if you present them with just choice and making decisions, they just get overwhelmed. So it is exceptionally rare to find a party where every member has just the, you know, that personality trait. But if you have a party like that, then there's like exceptional synergy and you know, it's like the best combo. But yeah, I think the average person cannot handle that. So it just leads to lack of unity, confusion. And yeah, it's more like more responsibility for each party member, that's for sure. Not you, you're an alpha. I don't make you flowers. No. Back to plain Maple? Well, just in time for the summer update. And the KMS showcase in like 4 days. Very pog. Much rather solo than deal with leading a party. Yeah, I just wanna play at my own pace. Making a Win Archer Legion champ. Oh, that's nice. We love Win Archer. You know, you're an alpha too, end up leading even when you don't try to. Your leading consists of passing responsibility to those in the group who excel in areas you don't. That's, I mean, that's what it is. Like, you know, being able to recognize like who does best what. That's definitely part of, you know, that being a leader. Never the actual party leader. Leading a black mage party on your resume. Yeah, I mean, you know, like, do you have leadership skills? Yes, you know, I'm a party leader in MapleStory. Screw up the entry every time. Wait, oh, it's not. What is this? What? That's cute. What the hell? Is this from like Aqua Road? Who's doing the badge? Nice. Top 3 most iconic areas. It was a cool gimmick, yeah. Like, the thing with old games is that they weren't afraid to experiment with weird-ass gimmicks that today the textbook game designer would immediately discard. And to use the air bubbles, yeah. Hello, Pure John. Say teabag to get to that guy. Bum, ba-da, bum. Only thing you like about FAMs, does Monster Collection give you stats? Not really, but you get, like, if you complete collections, it gives you, like, more reward points and trade items. If you want 50 frags. Wait, is that like a hidden mission or what? Yeah, you can get RP. The guy who's maggot. Who, Zinel? It's fine, I don't care about the frogs. Oh, this thing. I see, I see. Ba-da-ba-da. Is it worth investing into it? I wouldn't actively grind Monster Collection unless you're doing it for fun. Once you're doing weekly bosses on some characters, you get enough RP. What is that riddle? Kinda sus. Yeah, it's really just if you're doing it for fun. Otherwise, you cannot gain monster collection possibly over time. Yeah, there are sunny Sundays with extra monster collection. And yeah, the Archer link gives you monster collection percent. More 24-hour collection from bosses than you have slots for. Yeah, but even then it's like, well, yeah, I guess if you wanna rush like 600, I just got it passively, but it took a long time to get to 600 passively. Ba-da-ba-dum. Well, the explorations is just like when you complete a certain set of mobs and monster collection, it gives you an exploration and there's different types. You know, the longer duration ones, like the 24-hour ones, give more rewards and you don't have to check on them as frequently. And you just start them and come back with however many hours later to claim them. And they give you reward points and random trait items, sometimes e-pods. It's not very significant. Mainly it's just the RP that's nice, but once you have boss meals, it's kind of whatever. There's also like cool cube chairs that you can combine together for completing certain sets of monster collection. I don't know the details, haven't really checked. Doesn't really have a downside, no. Bum, 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 dum, dum. Yeah, cash transfer 1 week before the summer patch, as always. Didn't even open the UI. Yeah. Transferring Backpack to Cygnus Knights means swapping to Blaze Wizard. Yo, let's go. Blaze Wizard is... like, ever since they changed Savage Flame, I love the farming on that shit. Didn't play for a while, your main is top tier. Is it? I mean, I wouldn't know. But yeah, they're changing everything to be 2 minutes, so that's huge quality of life. On top of the skill sequence that makes it like a lot easier to pop all your buffs when bursting. No. Shit. Like, even though I'm bad at it, I enjoyed bossing and Evan when I was doing like CRE on a bunch of characters. Time to get a nice lightning to 101 for snack time. Yup. Oh, I need to CC. Warning. Wait, I thought the E-boss was up, like, top right. Camping street lights until 30 good use for an expiring 2x coupon. Wait, explain that. 30... Oh, I see. You just had an expiring 2x. Yeah. Do you know how to remove all the files on an old SSD? Hammer? Well, it depends on what your goal is, because if you want like secure erase where no one could ever get the files back, you know, like you're giving the SSD to someone else and you don't want them to be able to attempt to recover the files even after a format, then you have to find specialized software that is designed for that, that will cycle the drive through a bunch of patterns to make it as hard as possible to recover data. But if you just wanna like empty it to reuse it and use format, and if it's the drive, if it's like the boot drive of your Windows installed, then, you know, just reinstall Windows and just wipe it. Is US in the past, or was a free trial? I'm sure there's some open source tool for, you know, like a live Linux live CD that can do that as well. I just haven't looked into it because I don't really care to do that. And like, all my drives are encrypted anyway, right? So like, the data is already scrambled. Like, there's no recovering that already if you don't know the key. So in my case, I don't even need to do secure erase of files if I have to give away like a drive. Bum bum. Freeze it in nitroglycerin and smash it with a hammer. Dump the fragments across the 7 seas. Someone is gonna have to do like a quest of a lifetime to recover your data. So yeah, if it's very serious where you absolutely want to make sure that no one can recover the data, then you have to ask a security expert. If it's not that serious, then, you know, you just format it and you reuse it. Bum, 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 bum. They manage to piece it back together and mishandle it, it explodes. Fuses together and you summon Shanron. Do we have any idea? The thing is, what Changsub said kind of threw off my speculation because, like his speech about the showcase focuses on quality of life. So he says like, we're putting together patches that Maplers wanted for a long time, and he also says the things in the warm-up event will synergize with something that's coming in the summer patch, which likely means a new class. So because of what Chanksub is focusing on, it could go either way. It could be a slow patch where, in terms of content, it could be a slow patch where they just release a new class, do a lot of quality of life, and, you know, minor like hexa stuff maybe. Or it could be, they could do both, right? They could go hard on content and hard on the quality of life. So because of what Chanksub said, I don't know what to expect. K-Mas gets Sia? Possible. Yeah, the director. That guy, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, they're like comic characters. Like, for me, Wonky was always about the ominous demeanor. Like, he always just stares like, I don't know, like in an ominous way. You just like, Wonky is like, has aura. Korean Gaben, exactly. Yeah, tradable fragments would be nice for MapleStory. I don't think there can be any downsides to fragments being tradable, honestly. Because it doesn't even matter like what the value ends up being. If they end up being cheap, you buy them. If they end up being really expensive, you sell them and you use the master to do other upgrades. So just the fact that they're tradable is a quality of life upgrade for everyone. Ba, 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 ba. But I think like if the worry is like, oh, there's gonna be like botters farming fragments and selling them, well, that just means that there's a botting problem already. So it doesn't change anything. It's still a quality of life upgrade to be able to trade them. So yeah, I don't think botting would like change the fact that tradable fragments is good. Or anything tradable, really. I think the only question with making something tradable is whether it's gonna affect the economy of other things. So like, to give you an example, let's say you make like, let's say there's like something that gives free cubes, but they're karma cubes, but it gives a lot of them, and you decide to make those cubes tradable. That is more of a concern, because now you're thinking, wait, maybe we're gonna devalue good potentials on the auction house and stuff like that. So it's like affecting other things, but the fragments is like, the fragments are just fragments. They don't affect anything else. Like, there's no other way to get fragments for hexa progression. You're not devaluing something else that's being sold on the auction house. You're not devaluing doing things in the game or anything. I mean, I'm more talking about the economy. I'm not really thinking about the like pay to win aspect of it. So, like, what if it's bad for the company's finances? I'm not really considering that. I'm more considering in terms of like, would it make the game more enjoyable to play? And I can't think of a scenario in which having untradable fragments over tradable fragments would be better. I don't think it devalues gear, because like, you still need gear at some point. It just changes your upgrade priorities. Well, that's the game though. Like, every time they do a major update, there's a lot more power creep, and a lot more people are able to solo certain bosses. I think getting to those bosses is too hardcore for most people, even with tradable fragments. I don't think it's like a player retention concern at all. I think the people who are getting to those bosses are already way more hardcore than like 99% of players. If anything, the fact that the farming fragments is such a like crushing wall for people who are not giga grinders will lower player retention, because they're gonna feel like, oh, I'm never progressing this hexa because either I farm a lot or I wait forever or I pay for high mountain and I still don't get that many fragments. Well, knowing what to do involves either being very deliberate in trying to like learn and min-max everything, so being like a more hardcore player, or having played the game for many years. So it's easy once you get there, but it's actually like hundreds of hours of playing the game that you possibly like, you know, get used to it and become better at it. Like, the average person doesn't think or plan that hard for their gameplay. Like, even just having the willpower of going into a boss, practicing, recording your run, looking at it, and trying to analyze your mistakes is something that you have to be like like dedicated to it to do that, and like actually rapidly improve through that. But yeah, I think just like being able to have the having the option to choose between buying fragments or liquidating the fragments and buying other things, just like with any other thing being tradable, if anything, it makes people, it gives people more hope and more like tangible ways for them to progress than if there's the only way to do it is to grind or spend money. So I think if anything, it can only improve player retention because it gives more flexibility in how you play. Did they add or do something new about spawn enhancers? Well, the chains of resentment, if you don't know about it, but that's for regular servers, and it's not really available enough that like frenzy service is still relevant. But yeah, I'm not really thinking in terms of like people who are already veteran at the game, because people who are veterans at this game, they can adapt to any situation, so it doesn't, you know, it's not as important for them. And I'm also thinking more in terms of like making the game less tedious and more enjoyable, you know, like convenience rather than like what's like the easiest progression. Like, if the game is only veterans, then it means that the game has gotten so bad that you're not able to, you know, even people who are in the mindset of playing, they know what they're getting into. they don't stay with the game, that just means like you need to do something about that. But we don't really know if that's the case because we don't have any like official numbers and stuff. That's something up to the company to figure out if they want to. Actually kind of pissed at the amount of untradeable items. Yeah, I mean, there are some cases in which it makes sense, like making it, like forcing you to pay a tax to make certain items tradable. You could argue that there is some logic in that, because you want new gear to, because it's like if there's no downside to transferring gear, then the same 10 sets of gear are gonna pass hands infinitely, and so there's zero incentive to create new gear and stuff and engage with the content and all of that. But at the same time, there are cases in which it's just like unreasonable. So it's like the line between the company is just trying to force people to spend money because you can't infinitely recycle gear, versus it's like a gear sink that motivates people to play the game. Same thing as like Star Force booming. If there was no boom chance, like if you couldn't boom your item when Star Forcing, then there would be no point in running bosses for gear, and clean gear would be completely worthless. Like right now on KMS, you can buy some pitched items for under 2 bill, just over 1 bill for the cheapest ones. And that's with, you know, being able to boom items and the 30-star system and all of that. Imagine if you couldn't boom your items. Like, basically, even super rare equipped drops would be so worthless that no one would bother putting them on the auction house. But some things that are like especially gear that's not really all that relevant anymore, they could kind of alleviate some of that. Like, why do we need to scissor fucking Zakum accessories? Like, why can't we... Like, are Zakum accessories such a big deal that they need to have a scissor count limit and that they need to be untradeable on equip? You know, that kind of stuff, you could argue that maybe they should alleviate it. It's hard to strike a balance of like quality of life versus we need the game mechanics to make sense and have value. Like, I don't really have like a ultimate answer there. Yeah, there's many rabbit hole, like many Pandora's boxes. You just wanna flex damage and loot the PQ. Can you even get brown work glove anymore? I have no idea. Like, I haven't really checked. I imagine the NPC that allows you to craft work gloves and stuff is still there, but the ones that you could only get from like gacha stuff, I have no idea. Would love to look how your character was 10 years ago. Yeah, honestly, like, I love the Zakum helmet, sauna robe, and all of that. So iconic. Yeah, I mean, the OG work glove is the most iconic, that's for sure. Do the bandana, that's pretty iconic too. Oh yeah, that thief hat. Like the Naruto looking ass hat. I remember that. Phantom Forest? I see. Iconic. They should make a bigger version of magic throwing knives for the fun of it. Too small for 2025? I guess. Level 72-ish priest in a moonlight robe. Classic. Your favorite training partner. Back when Cleric was king. The bishop meta was too strong after 4th job, that's for sure. I didn't mind pre-4th job because they kinda had their role, but they were not good at everything. But yeah, once 4th job came out, it was too much. Like, it was fun, but it gets old really fast when bishop is like so OP. Yeah, the Genesis farming and leeching was a bit too much. Even though I still like, I'd play that meta and enjoy it, it would get stale very fast for me personally. What did they do to leeching? You have to be in combat to be able to leech EXP, and I mean, it's just not really worth, 'cause like, you can just train solo, like, it's pretty easy to train solo. And also, of course, in Grinders you have instance maps, so you can't even party, but even if you were able to party, it's like, there's just not a whole lot of value. Like, if you're casual, you can get the levels that you need by playing casually, and because like if there's an event going on, the first half an hour that you grind of the day is worth twice as much because of coupons and activations. And then the like things like High Mountain and other free EXP, basically you can get to pretty high level content. And also the fact that you have to be very close to the level range to be able to leech. So back in the day, leech was OP because you could have like a really low level person leech. dun, 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 dun. Yeah, there's Maple Woods. Maple Wood. Maple Tour, sorry. Da-dum, da-dum. Any clue about mudfish? Can't seem to work with GMS. Should work. Yeah, it should work. Try another node. Like, you wanna, like, select the node manually and lock it to only one node. Easy plan. The thing is, I configured it like a long time ago. So I don't even remember, but like my MapleStory item on the mudfish dashboard, it just says the node I selected, and if I click on the cogwheel, I can change the node and I can choose any node I want and lock it to that one node. And then just by trial and error, you find a node that has good ping, that doesn't randomly fuck up, and then you just stay on that. Mm, 400 milliseconds. Yeah, that doesn't sound too good. I think I spent like weeks just trying different nodes every day until I found a good one, at least for KMS. Yeah, I was using Mudfish for KMS. It's a night and day difference for me. Chicken and rice, so simple but such a banger. Hell yeah. Love chicken breast and rice. Haven't collected any monster collection rewards. Yeah, you must have some cheers from that. Yeah, the cube cheers, like, you can stack them and combine them. It's pretty interesting. Got in. Okay. Yeah, the only thing is if it automatically switches nodes and it's not locked to one node, you're gonna get disconnected randomly and that's not good. But yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. We'll see how if it continues to work. You need to speak Korean? Not really, but like you need to learn how to type it at least, so you can type in the auction house and you can type the captchas, and that's pretty easy. It's just muscle memory. But if you if you don't know Korean, you might occasionally get a grammar lie detector and then you fail it because you don't understand Korean, and then you get jailed. Usually, like, I failed a lot of them. Usually it doesn't, like, if you fail the grammar lie detector, it gives you like a typing captcha after, and then you pass it, and then you're good. But you know, like, you can't really rely on, you know, like, maybe KMS changes something, maybe you get fucked because you don't know Korean. Not reliable. So you should, if you're playing KMS as a foreigner, you should always assume that they could fuck you over at any point. Yeah, also like typing claim for things. Okay. I need to use the bathroom. 1 minute. I'll be right back. I'll also refill my water, I guess. Since it's like half empty. Okay. Delete your account and serve 5 years in jail. Imagine. But I think I still remember how to type like the. I think like the confirm to claim was like. Hold on. Was it like. Do I even have Korean installed? It's not working. Was it this? Yeah. That is what you type to receive when you claiming symbols. I still remember it. Which is Suryon Handa or something. Something like that. It's the client full Korean? Yeah. No English option. They only type 5 characters? Well, it takes more than 5 keystrokes, but yeah. Oh, but basically, like, playing KMS as a foreigner, not knowing the language is... And, like, you know, account sharing, because you can't have your own account. It's kind of like... Well, it's like, imagine, like, living on the streets. Maybe you're confident in your street... You know, like, your street... like, you know, like, being able to adapt to situations and stuff. But you don't really know what's gonna happen. Like, maybe you survive 10 years, or maybe something happens. So you have to accept that lifestyle. So it's kind of the same with playing KMS on a shared account as a foreigner. You have to accept the constant sense of danger for your account. Yeah, so there's always gonna be this sense of danger. You don't know what's gonna happen. So it's like League where you need a social security number. Yeah, you need a Korean ID to be able to have your own account. Riot gives accounts to streamers and pros to play in Korea. That's fair. I got in the third email. Nice. Yes, so here's the thing. On GMS, if you're changing IP frequently because you're constantly switching nodes, it's gonna give you the two-factor, like it's gonna log you out and be like, oh, why is a new IP trying to log? And it's gonna ask for the OTP and stuff. Like, honestly, I much prefer the login system that MapleStory has, where you don't even have a launcher, you just start the game, username and password, OTP if you set it up. Much simpler. Got a captcha while making a character today. Shit was hard. Yeah, the KMS captchas, sometimes it's pretty ambiguous. Like, basically, if you know Korean, then it's easier to guess, because the captcha is gonna be a proper word that you have to type. Oftentimes, it's Maple words. So if you know some words, then you might be able to recognize them, even if it's hard to make out. Are you sure you're not AI? Who knows? The captcha is easier if you know Korean, I guess. At least like the typing one. Is anyone sure they're real anymore? Too deep for me. Need to find an address to get your Korean green card. Just marry, you know, marry a Korean girl, just to be able to play KMS. Big brain. Oh my god, yeah, how little I missed you. To find you a cute Korean boy to get your green card. Yup. One fan badge, and it's the snail one. Oh, it should be easy. You don't full burst at the start of Punch King? Not unless you're like a 90 seconds class. Go to Maple Count through. Yeah, people go crazy with optimizing Colvert, even synchronizing Fatal Strike activations. I could never. Like every week I would dread doing Colvert if I had to do that. Yeah, it must be so expensive to go. Up 1 minute buffs, 30 seconds before going in, 90 seconds burst, and then 3 minutes burst. Yeah. It's gonna be an alley, extra expansive. Yeah, I think they did say it was gonna be an alley. Well, that like popping things in the waiting room is like already kind of try hard, but that's like the easy stuff. The really try hard stuff is like attack at this time in the waiting room so that Fatal Strike is gonna activate, and then it's gonna activate again at the perfect time if you enter the Punch King at the perfect time. You know, synchronizing Fatal Strike and synchronizing other things depending on the class like that. Now that's a level of tryhard that is like unimaginable to me. Not enough of a gamer to cross the Atlantic for a convention. Why isn't it skipping the intro for this? Whatever. Waiting for decent sharp eyes to come off cooldown. I can send you this mix. It's one of the Finn Joe mixes. Normie music. We love normie music sometimes, though. Even bought the Candid Apple, the 10th old stat on the side there. What is sex trance? It's sped up trance, basically. It's a new subgenre where they speed up trance and add some distortion to it, and it sounds cool. I honestly love the genre. It's like hyper cat jump vibes. But that's not what we're listening to right now, but that's what I was playing at the beginning of the stream. Could have gone with a different name. I don't know, I don't mind the genre name. There's also like a Gooning Core playlist. There's also like some playlists where they call it hypertrance, but I don't know if it's like, you know, if they coined you know, like a slightly different subgenre, or if it's just the name of their mixes. Music that actually mashes up porn. Yeah, like, you know the hentai song from Searle? You know, he's always like including, you know, like weeaboo lewd references and stuff. But in this one song, he just went all in. And like the music video had to be like, it was already partially censored, but YouTube took it down, so he had to basically completely blur out everything in the music video. Which song is that? It's just called hentai, like Searle, like hentai by Searle. You know the guy who made like Pika Girl and all those other like happy hardcore songs? Yeah, just hentai by Searle. Hello, Yonut. Nice to see you here. You think GMS will get the crossword auction? That's a good question, because they did say that we are getting a word merge, and it seems to be pretty confirmed. So they could choose not to do the crossword auction house because of that, but it's I guess it depends on, because like let's say they add the crossword auction house, but then they merge all NA words into one. The crossword auction house is doing nothing. But it's probably easier for them to just include it than to not include it, because they just copy paste from KMS. Yeah, that is the artist name. Word merge when EU has one interactive word. Now, what would be really cool if they merged NA and EU economy maybe, but I don't see that happening. They have to do like a massive effort to do that. Pissed EMS got run him to Luna. Yeah, boomers will remember Kradia. Tempted to start on Barra with the challenger word. Honestly, that's a really good chance. Like, even if you main heroic, it's the perfect chance to try out interactive words. And worst case scenario, you have a Maple Points mill, so you can free to play things in Reboot, like Vakpet, that you wouldn't be able to free to play. All the cool kids playing on the Mathis. Maybe they're delusional enough to think they might have to make a new interactive word. I guess. Yeah, if you guys don't know, Yonut is like the OG KMS English goat. Like, he was always like very involved in the community. Like back in the day, when we could play KMS through neighbor accounts. Always making guides and stuff. Shouldn't recognize so many anime in that video. Was thinking to start a little Chronos adventure with Challenger World. Yeah, the thing is, like, if they make a separate Challenger World with heroic rule set, that is going to be peak content. Even if you're not planning to main heroic, it's fun to play a seasonal heroic rule set server just for the fun of it. Because the early game progression is fast paced and way more interesting than like end game progression on heroic. So I can see all the seasonals are gonna have way more fun because of Challenger World. All the streamers are gonna make content out of it because people love the perpetual cycle of fresh account progression. People love watching that. And yeah, it's also a great way for new players to get started and then potentially decide to continue playing long term. Top 3 archers. You know I like simple classes, so it's gonna be Wind Archer and Bowmaster. And what would I pick as a third archer? Let me look at my archers. Probably Mercedes. I know it's a bit weird compared to Boma and Wind Archer, but like playing Mercedes suboptimally is fun, even if you're not sweating the combos. Like I like to combo, but I'm probably not even close to optimal with it, and I enjoy just spamming a simple combo. I don't mind marksman, it just doesn't feel that good to play for me. No one is allowed to encourage fun in MapleStory. When Archer, solid choice. It is very comfy class, especially now that you can move with the Hurricane. Like my friend, the Man King on Twitch, he is maining Wind Archer on Bera. He's farming with no Vakpat in Odium. You know, he just puts down 3 Soul Janus Bowls, and he just slides around with the Hurricane while looting stuff. Double Hurricane. Any video like of that farming? I mean, you can probably check my friend's VODs if you want an example. I mean, hold on. I mean, you can probably find a lot on YouTube, but I'm sure if you go through this VODs, you can find them farming in Odium. Mudfish made nodes a bit more complicated. I don't know, like, the thing is, my Mudfish UI still looks the same as it did, you know, like 5 years ago. I just, like, when I install Mudfish, I click simple mode, and everything is configured the same as I left it. You know, it's like, it's got my MapleStory item right there. I can enable it or disable it. I can click the cogwheel to change the nodes. Yeah, I can't, like, I'd have to, like, undo all my settings and figure out how to do them again, because, you know, I've had my Mudfish account for, like, 5+ years. I configured it, and then I just left it, and I kept using it like that. Legacy Mudfish. 190 milliseconds. That's not too bad. That's probably what I was getting on KMS, which is a night and day difference from what I would get with no mudfish. And the thing is, I could enjoy the game and play even with no mudfish. Like, at some point, I stopped using mudfish for KMS, and it was still absolutely fine. Like, obviously, I felt the higher ping, but it didn't really affect... you adapt to it, basically. Ice Lightning 101. Snack time. So close to 2.5. Let's go. Still playing KMS. Now, I just gave the account back because I didn't want to deal with, like, you know, all the issues that constantly cropped up with account getting locked and stuff. And also, like, I didn't want to take time away from GMS. Like, I didn't want to continue either overtiming my streams or taking time away from GMS to play KMS, even though I enjoy it. Maybe in the future I'll get back into it and play less GMS, but for now I just want to play GMS and focus on making, like, whatever spare time I want to focus on making content rather than playing the game more. But like, I do have, like, I do have a couple people I could ask to, like, set me up with a KMS account if I wanted to. But yeah, like, not for now. Like, maybe at some point, but that would mean that I play GMS less, because I don't want to stream and play the game more than I already do. Next project, I have no idea. But basically what I'll be doing on my day off for the foreseeable future is exploring content ideas, right? So let's say I have a certain progression series in mind, I start experimenting with that and see, you know, like how it plays out and whether it's interesting enough. In like, you know, writing down like theory crafting, you know, like, you know, how it would go and all of that. And then when I have a good idea, then I start, you know, like recording and working on the video and on the script. But basically we're at like research stage and I don't have a concrete idea of like what I want the next documentary to be. I have some ideas that I'm gonna test, but it's all gonna be behind the scenes until I have a concrete idea. I didn't main a Dark Knight on KMS. I had a 279 Shadow War in KMS Reboot 2 with 50 million combat power. And I had a... I forgot what level it was, but I had a dual blade that was like 30 mil, I think, in KMS Luna. And I had like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 normal Lumion mills, I forgot. And I had like 8.5k Legion or something. Selling C-Tani with Pencilier. Well, I mean, I had a Dark Knight, but it was just a mill, right? I didn't like... I was playing very casually. I was just doing advanced melee. Like, I already have like 3 or 4 ideas for a series, for things that I want to make into videos, but it might take months for that to come to fruition. Like, some ideas require me to do some experimentation. So like for example, if it's like a progression series, I'd have to play for a bit and see how it plays out and if it goes the way I want, and or the way that like would be interesting content. And for things that I like, there's things that I'm gonna do in the game, you know, live on stream that I think would be interesting as a video after they happen. But yeah, like it's gonna be like months of like playing the game and streaming and all of that. Might prog the bishop a bit. List, get it to 400k combat power, make the scrapyard and Dark 3 weeklies comfy. That's fair. Are we 80% yet? Yeah. My ping on you? I haven't checked, but it's probably like 50. Yo, Axel, thank you for the raid. I hope everyone is doing well. Are you like a Maple streamer? Yeah, let me give you a shout out. Hello, hello. Hello. Let me give you a follow 1 sec. Oh, I think I've... Yeah, I think I've lurked in your stream at least once before. Yeah, you stream Maple, right? Yeah. I remember the profile picture. Thank you. Let me give you a follow if I haven't. Yeah, I've been working on... Thank you for the follow, Axel. Or Sherry. There we go. Thank you for the follow, Kenny. Welcome. Yeah, so I play every class, so what we've been doing is just pushing more levels, trying to push everything to 260. Currently working on my 24th, I think. Yeah, 24th 260. So I've been just chilling, enjoying the casual grind on my dual blades. We just like to listen to good music and relax and grind this mushroom game. Time to try for your Maple Legends classes. Just win forehead. Best Scania streamer? Yo, interactive words content? Now I need to check that out. The casual 10 hours a day grind. Casual and mindset. Also, I guess to all the new people, I need to like plug my video. I recently posted like a huge documentary about when back in 2022 I took #1 as Yeti and Penguin Words. It's a pretty fun video. I love just doing like I play Maple for the journey, and that video is a perfect example of that. Another victim of Nex and surprise boxes. It'd be like that. But yeah, one of the ideas was the whole like playing heroic wrong and like 25 starring penciliers. Like I'll probably do that at some point next year. And that's one thing that I'll do on stream. that if it, like, most likely it will turn into a video unless it ends up being like just completely uninteresting. I mean, everyone is gonna make a video about Challenger World, but yes, if that is also an idea, but we'll have to see. Like, we'll have to see if I think it's worth. It's just that, like, you know, like, my videos are more about the journey than like making like an educational video about Challenger World. So if it's just like a mid Challenger World progression where I just progress to like early game bosses and then I get 30k points and then I dip, it's just kind of whatever. Like, I don't know if it would be interesting enough. Like, like, to give you an example, I'd rather make a video that's like fresh account progression, but I also like don't take advantage of any events. So like off event progression, getting started from scratch with no events happening, or at least like not taking advantage of any events. I would find that way more interesting than Challenger World progression and you're just doing like average Challenger World progression, not doing anything exceptional. So for Challenger World progression to be interesting, you'd have to be like teaming up with other people trying to clear like Black Mage in Challenger World type shit. And to get the butterfly thing. So that's why I think it would be difficult for me to make the Challenger Worlds content interesting, just because I don't really push for like really hard bosses. That's like basically every other MapleStory streamer is gonna make way more exciting content in Challenger World than I ever could. Just because they're gonna team up and do hard bosses and all of that kind of stuff. Which is not kinda my thing. So, ironically, like the old Burning World was more interesting because not many people played that and it was more difficult to even get to like normal slime, so... I think another interesting idea would be like intentionally playing the game as casually as possible, like progression series, but you're playing like 1 hour a day. But that would be something more for the min-maxers to do, because they're very good at playing the game very deliberately and planning things. Not really my type of thing. I wouldn't really be able, like, I wouldn't be good at optimizing that 1 hour a day. $20 series. But that's the thing, like the point of it would be that you showed how much you can do even in a relatively short period of time playing 1 hour a day. Clearing bosses with third job skills. Better only is 0. There's also like there's one guy named Wage Slave Free to Play who is like, he's a heroic player, but he's doing merching only progression in interactive words. Like he hasn't, like, he's like level 10 sitting in the auction house all the time and merching stuff, and he's made like billions. That's an interesting angle, right? Even though it's not necessarily like the optimal way to play. Tim bitching you went back down to the bottom instead of letting the other team camp you. Man, why? Like, team games just bring like the most, like the worst out of people, honestly. Like, I wish we could go back to minigames not having a chat, because time and time again I see certain people who are just not able to not get rage baited by this stuff, that they get like too emotionally invested and they just get chat banned because they just rage. Like, I remember, I mean, until recently, most minigames didn't even have a chat in the minigame. It really makes you wonder why they decided to be like so galaxy brain on the minigames and make like a full-on mobile game. I guess maybe the player base in Korea appreciates them. Or maybe they just had like the way I imagine it is they have like a mini game jam internally at Nexon. Maybe between people who are still learning their way around the MapleStory engine. Way to beta test the possible spin-off. Yeah, I'm leaning towards like training their devs, yeah. But sometimes it does feel like they're like testing a potential new direction to take the game and then they just give up. Like when they made Zero, they were probably thinking of changing the MapleStory gameplay drastically to be like that. To follow like the instance content, like the more common format of like you enter a dungeon, you know, you're doing Monster Park basically. They were probably thinking of doing that with Maple, and then they just didn't do it. And they just like they used that code to make Zero. It's good that they didn't. Because Maple would not have been... It couldn't distinguish itself from other MMOs if it went that way. Some random twat popping an FMA in your map is part of the experience. Yo, I remember like back when Dual Blade was really popular in KMS, I'd be grinding and like some random Dual Blade every 10 minutes some random Dual Blade would pass by my map, cast an FMA and leave. One last win. Unfortunately, the win was not the first game. Remember Chaos Wars at Mysterious Path 3? Classic. Galoparis as well. The thing is, people didn't know how dedicated I was to playing inefficiently. So, like, if someone came and KS'd me back in those days, I'd just continue grinding like nothing is happening, even if they're taking like half of my mobs. And they'd be counting on me giving up and leaving and, you know, letting them grind. And I would never leave. Get your fairy hut on Chronos on Friday after reset. Oh, nice. And then it's cubing time. Looking forward to KSing people at Elna. Give you some ideas. Oh no. Become a villain when Challenger Wood comes out. It's... Oh, Classic Wood comes out. I see. Well, you don't know what they're gonna do. Like, maybe they... yeah, who knows? Like, maybe they make some changes that kinda solves that problem. Mr. Steal Your EXP. Villain arc. There's someone in sacks. Dude, and Anis is every afternoon on every channel. Most evil Mapler. Find an AFK streamer, pop a sack, give the sub, charge back. That's the most evil thing I can think of. Slowly donate like 20k over a few weeks, charge it back all at once. How to get like perma billing banned. Just talks them. Yo, relax. It's not that serious. But yeah, it's horrible when that happens. Ba-bum. CC time, I guess. Oh yeah, I was gonna do activations. Well, too late for that. For gore. I guess we're gonna, after this coupon, we're gonna log into another character. Flew off Barra today. Too busy, I guess. 301 Legion levels on Kronos. Damn, you've been going hard. 600 EXP vouchers to use on your lane. Let's go. Free EXP. Does anyone know the percentages on fan rank ups? There's no official numbers, unfortunately. That's probably a good amount of community collected data though. I think there's a spreadsheet somewhere where they estimated like how many cards you need. %80 for rare to epic, 30% for epic to unique. I see. Teaser? "15 minutes ago. So there's probably gonna be Yeti and Pinkman Woods at some point, maybe. I like the music. Yeah, the word merge. Man, it's nice that they did end up bringing the Dave the Diver collab, because honestly, that's like the highest effort, like most polished collab event they've done so far. 5 out of 7 wins for the Android. Actually happy for that one. Nice. Ba-da. No clue what Dave the Diver is. It's a very cozy game made by probably made by people who are either close to the people at Nexon or that used to work at Nexon, because the Dave the Diver collab basically recreates essentially the entire Dave the Diver game in Maple. It just lacks like story stuff and extra collab stuff that Dave the Diver did, like that the full game does. But it's like people got so addicted to it because it's basically like a good demo for the full game. People got so addicted to it on KMS that they decided to keep the mini game, even though the event was already over and everyone already got everything out of it. They just kept it for a few, like I think an extra month or something, because people liked playing it. But it's a very simple concept. It's like it's a cozy like diving game where you're like catching fish and stuff, like a 2D diving, like you know, like diving game, fishing game. And so there's two phases. There's like diving and catching fish, and managing a sushi shop. And you know, like you use the fish that you catch to make recipes and upgrade stuff and all that kind of stuff. And now the full game has more mechanics on top of all of that, but that's like the core gameplay loop has fully been recreated, and like basically the full map of the diver has been recreated in Maple. But basically, after I did that event on KMS, I bought the actual game and I played it. I actually need to get back into it. There's a few more things I wanna... I haven't finished like the whole story. And yeah, I just wanna play more of it. Like, it's not time efficient by any means to do Dave the Diver for what you get out of it, but it's very fun to play. Dun, 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 dun. Any tips on Legends Return? Yeah, does anyone know the meta for Legends Return? One out of 8 on Karen. 3-0. Just pick Mike and activate all your buttons in the final fight and slap people. Oh my god, I keep accidentally doing that. Solo Black Mage? Not anytime soon. Solo at 90 mil. You can solo even lower than that. But yeah, Mihail is like, if you're good at it, can do some crazy shit. Bum. Bum, bum, bum. Doing damage in phase 3 while surviving. Phase... Yeah, phase 3 and phase 4. That looks like the hardest parts. At least once you can brute force phase 1. P4 seems pretty free. I think it can go wrong very quickly. At least that's what it looks like. Just burst it or don't start doing DM. I've seen people doing minimum damage black mage. They couldn't one burst phase 1. So they waited like a whole burst cycle in phase 1 without dying. But it gets pretty tricky. It's kinda silly how ridiculous they made phase 1. Yeah, I'm sure you can do it if you take the time to practice. Speed up liberation. Oh, that's for sure, yeah. Yeah, going for 22 starts to get pretty tough. Hopefully you hit. Yeah, rip Duchess. Naxon really did them dirty. Have you seen the new Maple update preview? Merging Elysian Aurora and Scania together. I saw the video. I didn't catch the part about word merge. I was kind of distracted. So Elysian Aurora and Scania. So they're not merging everything with Barra. I mean that's not bad. But if they're doing that and not merging with, like, if they're not merging everything into Barra, then I would expect them to add the crossword auction house, hopefully, which would be nice. Where the challenger, where they highlighted challenger would transfer. Yeah, very likely that's how it's gonna be then. Because in test server, they don't have, like, they usually have like Taspia, right, in test server, so it wouldn't be like a test server thing. Yeah, it sounds like pretty likely, yeah. So If that's the case, I hope they also bring in the crossword auction house. And I mean, that's an upgrade for people who are not unbearer. Okay, let's go do some activations on another character. I kind of forgot about that. I was gonna do that like an hour ago and then I forgot. How's Ban? It's pretty hard to play for me. Too many things to keep track of. But that's just me. Like me trying to min-max farming raids. It just happens to be like the most difficult type of class for me. Then upgrade your symbols the other day. Well, time to do that. Big gains. Okay, we are going to go on... Like, I haven't touched the Mercedes for a while, I just kind of forgot about it. But actually, I think I'll go on the Lumi just because I wanna try to cap the activate as many of the activations as possible before reset, and Lumi is like a nice and quick one. Wait, I didn't transfer the Master Gear. It just takes forever to switch characters because I forget stuff. Takes me like 10 minutes every time. What character was I on again? Oh yeah, I was on the Dual Blade. No space. The spell traces are taken over. Big Summon can hit 4 platforms in some maps. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. The only problem with that is that it doesn't hit, like, it's gonna be limited by... Oh shit, I can't buy this. It's gonna be bottlenecked by the number of targets, so it's hard for it to actually clear everything when you're trying to, you know, like make it quadruple plat or triple plat, because it's gonna need multiple ticks to actually kill everything. If that makes sense, because it doesn't hit enough targets. But like if you have like a really weird map layout, it can definitely help. It's always nice to have summons like that. Oh yeah, I didn't take anything. Hold on, I need to get like coupons. I need to get like all the master gear. Yeah, when you have Soul Janus, even just Dusk, it might just be enough. Gets a lot easier. Wait, I didn't transfer wealth potions. Shit, another thing I forgot. See, that's why it takes me 10 minutes to switch characters. I don't like Dusk, but if you're not trying to get perfect rates, it can get you decent rates for low effort. $17.50, that's pretty good. It's not max rates, but it's decent if it's lazy. Only big summons and Janus. Oh, that's nice. Not even another shower. Yeah, it's very overwhelming to keep track of everything. That's why it was difficult for me. Yeah, no Vakpad is extra tough. What's classes train sub 260? Well, it's very subjective, but I suck at classes like Battle Mage because there's too many things to keep track of. Like Corsair, I do pretty well because it's more forgiving. Mechanic is somewhere in the middle. Battle Mage is just like the hardest type of like summon class for me. And then like Adele was, I mean, Adele wasn't terrible, just like it just felt clunky. And it felt like I had to put in a lot of work to move through the map quickly. I felt like the swords weren't really doing anything for me. Felt like the cleave hitbox wasn't that good. But I think in the right hands, it's a pretty smooth class to play. Just, I'm not very good at Adele. And I also felt like I needed more mobbing damage on Adele than other classes. Like, it seems like Cleave doesn't do that much damage. Miss Pathfinder. It was pretty fun. It took me many hours to get used to it, but it was pretty fun. Teleport always feels very satisfying in Pathfinder. Yeah, Pathfinder with Dusk. Well, I guess the only problem with Dusk is that once you kill all the mobs around you that are close to you, then you can't proc Dusk anymore. So maybe not as good of a fit as, let's say, like Nightwalker for Dusk. But a better fit than your average class for sure, because like the macro stuff goes decently far, like the projectiles. Second burn? Yeah, you could do that. Don't really have to make a resistance class since you're not farming Notch on it. Don't need to share a backpath. Yeah, like, if it's just gonna be a boss mill, probably not gonna have to grind too much on it. Yeah, when do we get universal cash up, please? Fountain. Yeah, we're not capping activations, but at least I got some in. Also down to have Lumi's second hyper. It's already 6.5, very fast boss mill. Yeah, I think it's a great boss mill from what I've seen. Hello, Nick. According to a few YouTube channels, we'll be getting one max burner, one hyper from a coupon. Yeah, they should be both max, as far as I know. You can double check on orange mushroom as well. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Especially if 2 minutes changes come too. I'm pretty sure they do, right? They set like class 3 balance. You know, maybe Kana is not gonna have the jank where one of your burst cooldowns is like not perfectly synced to everything else. Maybe they're gonna fix that. Like domain, like I think it's like domain, I forgot. Where it's like 30 seconds longer cooldown than everything else, so you just wait for it. It's kinda silly. wonder if the Lumi meteor change will come in part 1 or 2. Oh, I don't remember what they're changing with that. Like, is it what? Is it this skill? What are they doing with it? Another skill that's most mode based. Oh, okay. Wish they hadn't introduced Janus to the game. When you play the class for its mobbing. I don't really care that much because it's like I still care about the core mobbing kit of the class because like realistically, like even with Janus, there's times where I just wanna min-max the rates or I wanna do an active rotation and the classes kit still matters. Yeah, happy reset everyone. And yeah, I mean like not every map you can get perfect rates only using Soul Janus and Fountain, even if you have max Soul Janus. Some maps you can't cover everything, and you have to. The class kit is gonna matter a bit. But also it's like I don't care because I don't have to play the game the most optimal way. So if I feel like mobbing manually when I could be doing lazy farming with Soul Janus, I can do it. And actually for me it's often easier to just jump everywhere than to do a standstill rotation, because then I don't have to think about looting. So it highly depends on the map. to just do the best map. I don't automatically do the best map. Maybe I'm feeling like grinding a certain map. Or maybe the best map is not the map that you can AFK with Soul Janus. It depends. I just have fun with the game, right? Like my goal is just to have fun with the game. So you can just play the game the way that's most fun. Like I don't really think about it that hard. I mean, it can be a boring farming meta, but yeah, like it's not even like it's very possible that the best map is a map that you can't AFK with Janus. Like Tainted Trees 3, you can AFK with Janus, but because everyone is there, it's not the best map. So if you could try hard a low-key map that's high burning and also high mob count, and maybe you have to put in a bit more work, then you'd get better raids. And it's the same with like the most popular cave maps and most popular Talahart maps. So if you're truly a min-maxer, then there's probably gonna be situations where you have to adapt and not completely rely on the lazy farming. Unless you enjoy the lazy farming and you specifically seek the lazy farming. And it's not even necessarily easier to do lazy farming, because as you know, for me personally at least, it's not always easier to stand in one spot and AFK farm like that. So depending on what map I'm farming, it might be more overwhelming and more difficult for me to have to remember to do a loot cycle every 2 minutes. Like if I don't loot everything automatically as I replace summons, then it's easier for me to move constantly than to stand for 2 minutes and then remember to like do a proper loot cycle and a complicated resummon cycle. So it also depends on like where the summons would be placed. So like a map like Tainted Trees 3 is easy to AFK farm because you just put all the Soul Januses in a line. But a map where if you had like a more complicated resummon cycle and you want to get perfect raids, it becomes more difficult to not miss any mobs as you replace Soul Janus. So I probably would not opt to use 3 Soul Janus bowls in a map like that, because it would just make it more stressful and less brain dead for me. Down to a 3 hits with Echo and Link's active, getting stronger. But yeah, I think it's very subjective, because to me personally, the AFK farming with Janus is not always the easiest option. And yeah, again, like the best map is not the map where everyone goes if you're really a min-maxer. So the best map is constantly changing based on trends and population and stuff. Yeah, it's nice to have more options to play the way that you want. Yeah, like the lazy farming with Soljanus can be very boring. It's nice to have it as an option for when I feel like farming like that. But yeah, I like moving around and using the classes kit. Usually. But maybe one day I feel like doing lazy farming and I do lazy farming. It's kind of whatever I'm feeling. Real lazy farming is Demon Slayer. True. So Janus also makes it a lot more viable to farm bigger maps with no Vakpat. Like I've seen people do good raids with no Vakpat using Soul Janus. And it's, you know, it's not easy to free to play a Vakpat in Reboot. So some people might just be stuck with no Vakpat because they can't be bothered. Like on regular server it's not so bad because eventually you do farm enough for a Vakpat. Yeah, hopefully the next batch of Vakpats is not RNG. Like, what the hell? Like, for Heroic. Like, because the last time they forced them to gamble for the Demon Slayer Vakpats. Spent a lot of time trying to figure out the laser rotations with good rays with no back, but yeah, it's a process. Like, it's a whole, like, separate skill that you develop over time. Damn, I already got hella EXP. Activation's OP. That's like, what, over 12% in half an hour? Like, imagine, like, if I can set up enough characters to just constantly spam activations, then switch characters. OP. Like, imagine how OP it would be if I had, like, 20 characters that, like, once everything is 260 plus, like, imagine I have, like, 20 characters that can one-shot Incernium, and then I'm just, like, spamming activations 10 hours a day on all those characters with, like, full EXP multipliers. And the thing is, I'd hit a wall where when it's like Cernium is like not good EXP anymore, and I don't have enough massa to make all of them strong enough to grind beyond. But yeah, it would be pretty sick for a while. I mean, it wouldn't be that fast, but it would be like twice as fast as I gain Legion levels now, basically. Hello Sherry, welcome back. Thank you for the raid earlier again. Yeah, we've moved on to the Lumi now. Yeah, I need to limit tasks, like especially once I have everything 260 plus. I need to start limit testing what I can get away with to one-shot Incernium. Because if I can do the 20 characters strat, it would be so insane. At least up to the point where, like, basically, it would be good until you reach the point where you could be grinding in a higher level area that gives double the rates without, like, where if you grind in the higher level area with no activations, you get same or better rates as the activations. Like once you reach that point, then it's not worth anymore and you need to make the character stronger. But like if every new area is 20% more EXP, then it would take like 3 areas, right? Like 1.2 times 1.2, 1.44 times 1.2. It's still like not 2x. So basically like Arcus, Odium, Shangri-La. So you could probably do like 275 in Cernium, doing the activation strat, and it would be like good EXP. Like comparable to grinding in the proper area with no activations. Obviously, if you're strong enough to straight up go to the higher level areas and spam the activations, that's even better. But yeah, it would be pretty sick up to 275, even if you're stuck in Cernium. Like you also have to take into account that you lose the like 1.2x for being within one level. But I think yeah, up to 275, it's probably worth. And with how long the events are now, I feel like there's only a few months per year, like maybe like 3 or 4 months per year of downtime on activations. It really does feel like that. It's a bit of a boring strat though, because like if you're stuck in Cernium, it gets kind of old to always grind Cernium. But like eventually you fund them enough to go to different areas. And like if I were to do that strat, I would actually try to min-max EXP buffs. Like I'd buy EAPs and MVPs unless they're unreasonably expensive. So I'd also have higher EXP multiplier for that. It's probably gonna take some time to prep it though. Like I'll probably have to farm on a few characters for a while so I can save up enough maso to make 20 of my characters strong enough to at least do that in Cernium. Hilly Torture session done. Hey, you're getting faster. Man, I love how female Lumi looks like a scene girl from 2005. She is true. Because the class is actually that old. Well, no, it's not that old, but yeah. It's pretty old. I need to get VAPs. How are we doing on this? Okay, I can buy one VAP. Wait. I forgot about this. Hold on. We have like hella... Bro, I forgot. We have hella VAPs. And I forgot. What the hell? Also, like... I forgot the... like VAP... like the buff. Let me actually go get them. Wouldn't that make you a scene girl from 05? I see. I bumped the mic really hard. Did they use it? Yeah. Yeah, I really wanna go for the activation strat now. I think it would be hilarious. Because like before unlimited link transfers, I thought it would just be like... just not all that appealing because I'd have to grind with no link skills. I guess we're also gonna have to see if the next KMS event changes anything about EXP activations. Probably not though. I can see it. Hello, Menka. The way what I'm thinking is the amount of people that could abuse event activations to the extent that I do is so small that they're not gonna do that. But who knows? And also the event activations for the next update, it is broomy. So like if I do that, it's gonna be constant like this. It's gonna be constantly this and this, like the whole stream, because of the activations. That's gonna be the event skill for the next event. Are they special? Not, well, somewhat, yeah, I guess. They have a thing that is kind of like the Night Troop bonks from activations. Like, basically up to 250, there's a low chance to get like a whole level when the activation goes off. Something like that. I don't know how likely that is, it's probably very rare. But there are otherwise like normal activations. So it's basically like a really low chance to get a free mag pot, I guess. Hello, Andre. Yeah, I dropped a new documentary, by the way, if you haven't seen it. Sounds like it wouldn't happen to you. I mean, if you're like daily storing your Hyperburn and you get like a broomy level up, it's nice. Oh, you thought I was in Monster Park? That's funny. It's funny that you think I would do Monster Park. Well, I mean, if it was Challenger Wood, then I'd be doing Monster Park early on maybe, but yeah. Yeah, the thing with Limina is that it's not even the optimal option to grind here. It's only the best EXP if you can go to like this like hierarchy enforce mobs, which most people will not be strong enough for. Yeah, basically like staying within one level of the mobs is generally ideal unless you can go to a map that's like either like this, where it's a higher Arcane Force map with way higher EXP, or if you can go to like plus 10 to plus 15 levels. So for example, if you're fresh to 25 and you're overfunded and you can go to Labyrinthine Cavern, level 239 mobs, that is going to easily beat the EXP of going to mobs within one level. If you're fresh 240 and you're overfunded and you can go to the 251 mobs in Celas, you're basically getting Moonbridge rates before Moonbridge. And even if you're not in level range, it's easily gonna beat being in level range. Hello, Kaya. So yeah. Most people will not be strong enough to do that. So, for the average person, I usually recommend trying to stay within one level. So another example is like, if you're 254, so there's some weird spots where, so if you're 254, you have the option to do LH4 or LH6 in Moonbridge, and those are like good kill rates, or you have the option to go to Labyrinth. But the problem is, if you go to Labyrinth, the maps that are within one level are shit, like the mob count is bad. So in a situation where the burning, there's no difference in burning, chances are you wouldn't be able to get better EXP in Labyrinth even if you go to within one level. But if you go to Core 6, which is also within 4 levels at 254, because the mobs are so much higher level and the mob count is actually decent, it ends up being better EXP than staying in like LH6, LH4 at the same burning. So there's a lot of like finicky nuance like that depending on the situation and depending on what you're willing to grind and how your class functions and stuff. So there's many cases in which 254 I go straight to Core 6. I mean, basically, yeah, I basically always want to go straight to Core 6 at 254. Unless the class is like really bad at Core 6 somehow, which is unlikely. Or unless the class has like a really good map in Moonbridge that is within one level. Like maybe the class is like really good at mysterious fog maps or something. But that's very rare because the other Moonbridge maps are not as nice. And not as nice mob count as well. And of course there's like burning diff on other servers. Beat KMS director up with your own hands. He's just gonna, like, Chang Sub has hands. Like you can't do that. Like he's gonna kick your ass. Do I have the emote? Hold on. Like, he's gonna fight you back. He's got hands. Drug him, relax. Minka is planning like a fucking assassination on Chang Sub. In game. Yo, I keep forgetting to use VAP boosters, man. You know, like I'm just gonna pop another 3x and just fucking use the boosters back to back. Fuck it. There's so many boosters in this attendance. I'm just gonna spam them. Crack open a celebratory suspicious mineral pouch. 6 amethyst. That's not very good. Just 282. 10 mobs a day. Are you just capping activations? I mean, that's efficient. Hey, we love being casuals. Tried grinding on your Corsair yesterday. In this map. I have a video for this map. It's pretty decent. You got like 5% and was like, wait, there's one Monster Park run. Yeah, Monster Park efficiency is just crazy. Can feel Lance sweat running through the rivers into Austria. It's close to me, but not too close where it would be parasocial. Most sane fan. Oh yeah, I need to set up my timer, hold on. And I need to get another 3x. Pizza tier list. I don't have pizza frequently enough to like, you know, we just occasionally make homemade pizza, and it's usually a default margherita with some anchovies and capers. Well, it's not like a default margherita, but you know, it's like a very default pizza. Pasta tier list. Just anything other than spaghetti. Went cannon, full glass cannon. Won a game, found a working strat. Oh, that's cool. Usually abbreviate to spaghetti. Or no, spadgut. Why spaghetti? Like why like that? Like wouldn't just abbreviate to like spaghetti or something? I think anchovies is the worst pizza topping. I think the contrast, you know, like if you have a margarita, the contrast of the salty anchovies with the mozzarella is great, and even better if you add capers for extra saltiness. I think it's a good contrast, but I can see why it's polarizing, because if you're used, like if you like the default margarita, it's gonna feel very harsh and very salty to add anchovies or capers or both. But I personally like it, but I understand why it's polarizing. I know someone who likes to add pesto to their margarita. Honestly, I never thought of that. It sounds weird, but it sounds like something I would try. Claim the pirate hat and brown character. It's I think tomorrow. Your girlfriend does pesto pizza. It's low-key way better than you thought it would be. It sounds weird, but I mean, there's nothing like the flavor combo. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. Just a bit of a weird concept. Like chicken on pizza. I never tried that, but like things like salami or ham on pizza sounds great. I've had it before, I'm sure. Like I know for a fact I've had like salami and like sausage on pizza, and that's a great combo. But chicken, I've never thought of it. Doesn't sound bad. Like I definitely could be down for that. No, yeah, I guess it makes more sense than I think it does, because at the end of the day, like, just like tomato sauce goes on pasta and on pizza, pesto can go on pasta and on pizza. Barbecue chicken pizza. And pizza, like, even more. Yeah, like, I definitely, like, just, I feel like I always would take a modified margarita over a default margarita. Yeah, so like there's many like different combos you can do with that. And I also like the cheese-based ones, like the quattro formaggi is great. But yeah, like many nice experiments you can do with a margarita as a base. Aren't all pizzas modified margaritas? Not necessarily, because like the quattro formaggi, you know, it's like pure cheese. Like there's no tomato, right? It's all cheese. But most of them are, I guess. Any sweet thing you can put on pizza that doesn't seem disturbing? The thing is, I haven't had a whole lot of salty and sweet stuff. so I haven't developed a taste for that combo. So it's hard for me to think about that. But the thing is, pineapple pizza doesn't sound gross because of the taste. It sounds gross because of the texture to me. Like the idea of eating hot fruit and the texture, the stringy, like the texture of the pineapple with the texture of the mozzarella just seems like a bad combo, basically. Yeah, I'm not gonna hate on something that I haven't tasted. I'm just saying, like, I think the reason people are hating on it is because the idea of the texture sounds gross. Like hot fruit, especially something with the texture of a pineapple, is kind of weird. Yeah, like pineapple is great if it's cold, you know, like fridge cold. It's nice. Yeah, and the fruit salad, hell yeah. Or like, you know, even just like purely like a sliced pineapple bathing in its own juice, cold, it's nice. It eats you back. It's a bit annoying how, you know, you're basically gonna spend like half an hour picking all the strings off your teeth after you have pineapple, but taste is good. Pepperoni. That's funny. I've never had pepperoni. But it looks very similar to salami. So based on the fact that salami pizza is a banger, it's probably good. It's the same like technique that they used to make salami, I imagine, or very similar. So yeah. It's probably not like aged as hard as salami, I imagine, but yeah. Temporary pain for long-lasting enjoyment. It's better. Yeah, I've never had pepperoni, so I wouldn't know. Love the spiciness. Well, there's spicy salami. That's even better on pizza. Coconuts? I like coconuts. I don't have it very frequently. Usually, like, if you go to the beach in Italy, you'll find, like, you know, street vendors trying to sell you coconuts. Because that's a very popular, like, beach food. Is Ilium better than Ice Mage? Chain Lightning? It functions a bit differently. I would take the Ilium skill over Chain Lightning, but I can't really... It's hard for me to say which one is better. I prefer the Ilium one, but there's other things about Ilium that... Like, basically, I wouldn't farm on an Ilium over an Ice Lightning, but if we were just comparing the Ilium mobbing, like the Javelin, to the Chain Lightning, I'd take the Javelin any day. Which non-roam place should we go to? I don't touch grass. Don't ask me about where to go. I don't touch grass. I haven't reached my outdoors phase yet. Lumi versus Ice Lightning, Lumi any day, always Lumi. One day you'll see beyond your porch, this is not that day. But yeah, like, I'm serious, like, one day I'm gonna have, like, a outdoors phase and I'll fucking, like, disappear into the woods or something. And then I come back, like, 10 years later, and then I just start streaming MapleStory again. Luna will be merged by then. True. We'll be finally merged. It's actually playable. Just in time to grind the 20k Legion. Drop Massa. There we go. 184, 134. No wealth coupon currently. Is there still Frenzy service? I saw Zyno. I think they were selling Frenzy. I'm not sure. Like, don't message them because I said so. Like, I don't know, but I saw them in Smagas. How many hybrid rings? I just, like, it's weird because some of my transferable hybrids ended up being double drop rate like this one, and I don't want to reroll them. So I'm using a lot of transferables, and I barely, like, I also need 2 Mesolines and rings. So yeah, like, it's not ideal, but I also don't want to recube this stuff. It's like good enough that I don't want to recube it at the moment. GMS and KMS will merge into one Maple. Would be nice, but would be nice if everything was backed by KMS funds. But we'll have to see. I try starting Luna at some point. Honestly, with how insane the events are these days, all you have to do is just do your dailies for like 3 weeks and you have a normal Lomian, Nomos line mill, basically, on a hyperburn. Like, honestly, I'm not... I can see why people are unhappy with the auction house, but like, for what I do, like, for a casual player, like, what you can find in the auction house is good enough. And like, even watching people from Barra, like watching Kobe play on Barra and looking at what he has on the auction house, for a player like me, it wouldn't make a significant difference. So like, unless you're aiming like really high with your progression, it's not as bad as you think it is, the Luna auction house. But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't change anything. Like, they should make cross-region auction house so that we can trade with, like, we can buy things from NA. And there's actually like there's a guy from Luna who made a video about this. Shoeo or whatever. He also advocates for like cross-region. Would be nice, but yeah, we'll see. I don't think it's because the thing is like my average boss mill is stronger than most people will ever get in this game and has more gear than most people will ever get in this game. So like, unless you're someone who's like really trying to progress to like late game or end game, you will probably not feel any difference, any significant difference between like Barra auction house and Luna auction house for, you know, the early to mid game stuff. It's really it's a problem when you're like, oh, I need like 22-star gear, or I need to like start buying Eternals or pitched items. Then it becomes a lot more spotty than on Barra. But that's like already like way beyond what most people will ever achieve in this game, at least in the current state of the game. So I do think like for the average player, Luna being like a dead server with a dead auction house is way overblown, in my opinion. But I also like, that doesn't mean that it's okay. Right? That doesn't mean that they shouldn't try to fix it. So I do advocate for a like cross-region auction house at the very minimum. Would be cool to have like word merge with EU channels, but what is the max damage? What's the max damage? Like 700 bill, I think. Yeah. Give up all your IGNs? Yeah, I don't care that much about my IGNs. Yeah, I have no idea how strong you have to be to hit 700 bill lines. I guess you'd have to look with, like, you'd have to look for the class that has like the highest percent damage per line on their origin or something, if you wanna hit damage cap. But damage cap is really hard to hit. Like, you're not supposed to hit damage cap. Because if the damage cap is low enough that a lot of people are hitting it, then you end up with a bad meta, like when everyone was hitting 10 bill capping damage and the class balance was messed up because classes with more lines had an advantage, and classes with less lines were overcapping damage. Yeah, there's still a damage cap. I think it's like 700 bill. I'm sure there's some whales in KMS that are hitting 700 bill lines, but like, ideally you don't hit the damage cap. Like, it needs to be set high enough that almost no one hits it. Because every time, like when you hit damage cap, it means that you're wasting damage. Because you would have hit more than damage cap if there was no cap. Isn't that obsolete? I wouldn't say it's obsolete. There are potentially technical reasons for having a cap on the damage. Because you want to have some predictability. Like, you want to be able to reason about like what, like if you're, let's say you're writing the code for like a damage calculation, like let's say you're writing code for like a skill or something, or you're like trying to reason about the damage calculation code. If you know that the damage will never go past 700 bill, then like it's easier to reason about like how it could go wrong. Because if there's no cap, maybe something happens where a number is too big, you know, and it fucks up. There's all kinds of like caveats when you're dealing with big numbers. Basically you want the code to be as predictable as possible, especially for something as important as damage calculation. So I do think it makes sense to have a cap on damage, but it doesn't need to be you know, where everyone is hitting damage cap. It should be like really hard to hit, but also low enough that the developers can reason about the code. And yes, like when you have an exploit or a hack, it is more abusable if there's no limit to how much damage you can do. That's also true. But yeah, in the past, there were many exploits that involved integer overflow. So to give you an example, there was one exploit where people would overflow the damage calculation for Masoguard. So that was like a Chief Bandit skill, where when you take damage, it consumes Maso to parry some of the damage. But then the hackers would like inject a ridiculous amount of damage. Like they would make the game think they took like billions of damage, and the calculation would overflow for like how much Maso you lose, and it would become a positive amount. Like you would gain Maso, right? And then they would just do that and just inject Maso. But so the thing is, now that we're like, I don't know if they're using big integers now for damage, or if they're using a 64-bit integer. If they're using a 64-bit integer, it would take a lot still to overflow it, because a max 64-bit integer is like mind-bogglingly big numbers. But you know, you want to play it safe and like at least be able to reason about what is the domain of the calculation, so that nothing unpredictable can happen. I can see them raising damage cap slightly, we'll see. And the reason that like that overflow happens is that like basically like the way that the signed integer is represented. One sec. Yeah, basically it's like the way signed integers are like interpreted by computers is like the number in memory is just like basically the same as an unsigned integer, except the second half of its range is the negative. So like for example, the old Maso cap was like 2.14 bill or whatever. That is the that is the max positive. So if you do +1 on that, it becomes minus 2.14 bill. Now, if it was unsigned, that would be, you know, like 2.14 bill +1. But the second half of that is used for the negatives. But when you're like, you know, if you tell the CPU to increase a number by 1, it doesn't care if it's signed or unsigned. You know, it's just gonna do it. And also, like, depending on the programming language, the compiler itself can think that you're dealing with an unsigned when it's actually assigned and stuff. But yeah. So that's how the it wraps back to like negative, and vice versa. Got 3 wins now, easy. Oh, I forgot to use the other boosters. $9,223 quintillion to overflow 64-bit integer, yeah. Like, there are ways that you can handle arbitrarily big numbers. So there is a thing, like there are like libraries to do like big integer that can be as big as you want them to be until you run out of memory. But that also becomes kind of unpredictable in how expensive it is to do the calculations. So like, I mean, it's probably fine, but like, what if there's one edge case where you're doing like the calculation just goes into ridiculous numbers and then the server lags and stuff. So yeah, that's also kind of it's a lot slower to do calculations with a big integer as well. So I imagine they're not using big integers for damage calculations, because the server is doing so many of them that it would just take up too much CPU. Do we use another 3x? Because I forgot to use the other boosters. Yeah, every time I got boosters to use, it takes me like way too long to use all of them because I forgot. Housekeeper is so cute, yeah. Hope they bring back damage skin selector coupons. Would be nice. Base damage skin still your favorite so far? What units? Yeah, same. It's just way cleaner than anything else. Every other damage skin just feels like way too cluttered by random shit. It just doesn't feel right. Anything that doesn't look the same as the base numbers. Not forking 800 mil. Ba-dum. 8 of each of the Android coupons for your tunes and bearer. Yeah, that's fair. It's just nice to have a heart on all your mules. I've been doing that too. Oh wait, I need to use boosters. Use the boosters. Ba-da-bum. Need a pug party for hard Lowell Seagloom and 23 mil Corsair. Any arcanes? Oh my god, the boosters! I keep forgetting. You can really tell who actually progged. No drops. Three people lived on one life. And in Gloom, 2 died out. You and 2 others basically had all lives left. Yeah, especially Gloom, like, you know, if you don't know what you're doing, you can just easily die out, just like me. Go phase 3, so free on Corsair. Ooh. What makes it nice as a Corsair? Oh, cause you can like be in the webs and not get statused because of the scurvy summons. That's OP. Flash gun. Oh yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, because you're used to teleport class, so it's like anything that can flash jump makes it easier to do the white eyes. Yeah. One sec. I love getting distracted during 3x peak inefficiency. 'Cause 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 ' Don't get knocked into webs too much. Yeah, that's true. Does anyone do Commercy PQ on Luna? Who knows? Any PQs in general? I'm sure there are some casual gamers who are PQ enjoyers, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I'd have to... You're gonna have to see, like, go and check. Maybe asking like the GMS Luna Discord. There's a Luna Discord. Sebop took about 4:30, died trying to get the minions for the timer. How did you... Was it the floor that killed you? Hello, Spit. Still thinking regular reboot? Play both, fuck it. The floor, I see. They announced magic ones. We'll see, we'll see. It would be nice. I'd like that. biggest copium. It really is pretty big copium. What's Magic Wand? It's the system where in KMS they don't have cubes anymore. They just delete Maso. Like, you know, there's like a UI to spend Maso to roll a cube. And it's only black cubes. The thing is, on KMS it's not even cheaper than the legacy cubes. Because, like, you could always buy cubes with Maso anyway. But it's better for the economy because it deletes Maso. So it helps, like, keeping the inflation down. So, like, for me personally, the biggest thing about it is that it has a positive effect on the economy, where less money is being printed. Because with legacy cubes, when you use a cube, you are basically printing masses in the value of the item by spending money. Like, if you buy maple points with massa and you buy cubes with those maple points, someone still had to pay money to print that value, to print that those maple points. The magic wand is it scales with item level, I'm pretty sure. But yeah. Like the reroll cost, I think, scales with level to some extent. I forgot exactly. But yeah, basically on KMS, because the economy is so good there, buying cash cubes with Massa wasn't even like more expensive than the magic wand when they launched the magic wand. But it's nice to delete, like, it's a new Massa sync, right? It deletes Massa from the economy. That's why I think it would be great to have. Whether cubing ends up being cheaper than before or not, it would be like an upgrade to have something deleting Massa. So, what's my rune? Got Black Mage Monster Collection when you got carried? Nice. See a frenzy totem nerf? That's a whole like question of its own. Like some people like embracing the frenzy meta is as valid as deleting frenzy. Like both are valid opinions. So it's more like I want them to like commit to something instead of being half-assed all the time. Like they released Chains and then they didn't bring it back into philo books for a long time. So now Chains of Resentment is basically unobtainable, or if there is any, they're like so overpriced. So they should like release them more frequently so that it's always available in the auction house. So if they want to commit to having a frenzy meta, like make it way more available. Make it so that you can always grab a chains from the auction house for, let's say, 30 bill or less. Like when they put them in the philo books. Yeah, they're merging servers. But it seems like they're not merging with Bara, which is a bit unexpected, but still nice. Hoping they have the crossword auction house. Also, I didn't know that, but in MapleStory, the crossword auction house doesn't have a fee, and that's cool, right? Like, cause like you can just buy, like it's good for like, especially for like a small server like MapleStory, that you can just buy items from other woods with no extra fee. Sparkling red, let's go. Wanna play any cause more people? Up to you. Like for me personally, like if I had to restart fresh, I would still not pick any, just because playing on the most populated server inherently leads to like more issues with like server downtime and stuff, especially for GMS. Like if on KMS, I'm always playing on the highest population server, but on GMS it's like if you play on Chronos, you're probably gonna get more rollbacks, more server crashes and stuff, and the ping sucks if you play from EU. So it's like, for the way that I play, it just ends up being a downgrade in quality of life. Yeah. So if I had to start fresh on GMS for the way that I play, I would always pick EU. Yeah, I mean, it's only when you're like, oh, I'm trying to run hard calling and I can't find other people strong enough to do it. Like if you're that like sweaty about progression, then yeah, maybe you might want to consider NA. But it's also like, if you're a very social player, then maybe you do have a friend group who are all like tryhard like you, who are gonna like min damage push hard calling or something. Is there any ping related content where ping difference is huge? it just makes the game feel worse. Some classes are more ping dependent than others. But it feels worse because it's like you're skipping NPC dialogue and it takes forever because of ping. You switch maps and it takes forever because of ping. You're selling, like, you're NPCing items and it takes forever. Just everything feels worse. Like, it's not unplayable. Like, I played KMS with 400 ping and it's not unplayable at all. It's just like if I have the option to play with low ping without having to deal with like a VPN or anything like that, then I will always take the option, unless there's other major flaws. Poor Sequin. Yeah. Like Arcarium doing his speech every time and then he just gets one shot. Von Leon as well. Man, I remember Rainy Fox, he would do Von Leon and stop the dialogue before he completed it. So he would make him say, "Did you come?" and then stop it. You know, to make him say, "Did you come?" instead of the whole speech. And then just one-shot him. Oh, I forgot to use the boosters. Because of your work, they can sometimes move you to the eastern part of Russia where your ping is to NA is bad. Is not that bad. 120. Oh, okay. People begging for a carry. Party Finder is being used, but the requirements are so insane you might as well solo the boss. Or it's people begging for a carry. Considering NA only because of this. Yeah, up to you. Like, the ping is not a deal breaker. It's just, like, for me, I don't really benefit that much from the higher population. Okay, should I should do activations on a different character now. But, okay, if I do... No, I'm not getting another level today on this. We only have like another hour or so. Do Challenger, wait for half a year? Well, maybe that it's not gonna work that way. Like, if they do a good job with Heroic Challenger Word, then they would do a separate Challenger Word that functions like Heroic, and that's the Heroic Challenger Word. And I hope they do that, because that would be way better than having everyone in the same regular server based Challenger Word with regular server rule set, because then it makes Challenger Word not as good content for Heroic, like both in terms of like entertaining to watch and like useful to Heroic players. So you can't like start challenge, like if they do it that way, then you can't just like start challenger world and then decide later whether you want to be in heroic or not, right? Like your challenger word character would be tied to the type of challenger word that you pick if it works like that. And I think there's a good chance that it's gonna be like that. 100 no combat for hard dark now. I mean, okay. I mean, I'm bad, but like my 100 no combat power Dark Knight can do hard dark in like 10 minutes. Like you'd be looking for a duo if you're like really lazy. I feel you can probably one burst with a duo with Origin burst, especially if you have a support as your duo. Okay, what are we doing activations next? Since the merging, yeah, I mean that makes the economy even better and all of that, but yeah, we'll have to see. It just highly depends on what kind of player you are. So Mercedes, well, we can also go back to the dual blades. Um, if you make friends on any, they might not be online same hours. Yeah, but like you can make it work if you really care. You know, like if your main goal is to be social with your friends, you'll make it happen somehow. Hello, Dan. Yeah, the crossword auction house for MapleStory is so good because like you guys are not paying a fee, right? To buy crossword items. That's so good for MapleStory. Like a rare instance of MapleStory doing actually something really good for their players. Wait, what the hell? I had a rainbow flame and I didn't notice. How many of these rainbow flames did I let expire? Yeah, those things are actually selling. That's crazy. Where did you see the fee thing? I heard it from hello Caesar on YouTube. I heard it from like someone who was discussing it. It's not like I just heard it. I don't have like proof or anything. If it's not true, then I mean if it's not confirmed, then we're gonna have to see. Okay, so anyway, I need to hold on. I need to spin up the wheels in my brain. Hold on. So I'm looking for 3x. Yeah, would be great. Especially for a small server like MapleStory. Like, I understand why they want to have the fee on KMS, but for something like MapleStory, or even GMS, it would be pretty bad to have the crossword fee. Thought MapleStory was pretty big. It's hard for me to say for sure about anything like that, but it doesn't look like that. Like, based on like watching people play and all of that. Like there's also like a lot of botters in MapleStory. Yeah, actually, so MapleStory got the open API, which, like, it's so crazy, like how ahead MapleStory is for some things. Like, they have the open API, and they have. So another nice thing in MapleStory is that character slots are free. So as much as there's many things that are terrible about how MapleStory is managed, there's a few cool things that they're just ahead. But yeah. Like, I think you just can insta have like max character slots and MapleStory just instantly. It's so weird, right? Like, cause MapleStory is notoriously bad in many ways, but then they have these random things where they do way better than other regions. But so what I was trying to say is, they have the open API, so you can go to MapleStory.gg, which is the Korean like thing, and you can go to MapleStory and look at MapleStory like top rankings, and you can look at their gear and all of that, and you could use that to kind of judge how many players are in MapleStory, I guess. You know, like coming up with some kind of criteria for what type of player you count as an active player. So yeah, go to like maple.gg and go to MapleStory and just to get an idea. Wait, I didn't wear the Master gear, I forgot. Always forget. Never remember. I'll get it after this VAP. Yes, some people are like 100% botting or like account sharing. That's for sure. See, this is why it's so hard for me to switch characters. It takes me at least like 3 tries to get everything right. I really need to go get the Master gear after this. I'm actually griefing so hard. I'm not planning on pushing more levels in the Dark Knight. If I grind on the Dark Knight, it would be purely for massive farming. But I still don't see myself doing that. Basically, it's only like if I become desperate for Maso and I need to farm as high Maso rates as possible, then I would farm on the Dark Knight because of the higher level areas giving more Maso and fragments and all of that. But I don't think I will find myself in that situation. We'll have to see though. If anything, I see myself, like, if I need to, like, increase my farming income, I would invest into grinding my boss mules to, like, 285 or something. And, you know, having multiple characters that I can farm at peak master rates on. Plus doing the bosses faster. Okay, I really need to get the master gear now. Leave me alone. I didn't even have the spirit pendant on. Inefficiency flex. I should just use the prepped pendant, TBH. I still haven't used it. Is that not prepped? Yeah, this one is prepped. Bada boom. Bada boom. Have to go, Badge. Thank you for stopping by, Lan. Um... What do you do with your arcane symbols from dealers once they're maxed out? Well, nothing. I mean, you could use the arcane catalyst like I did for my 250s, where you do dailies on another character, and then once you have, you know, like you fuse them into another symbol that you don't actually use, and once it has enough EXP, you use the arcane catalyst, it loses 20% of the EXP, and it becomes account transferable. You get it on another character, and you pay the symbol upgrade cost, and you have a head start. So I would do like 480 EXP level 1 symbols, and then I would arcane catalyst them, and they would become level 10 after transferring. And you can get the arcane catalyst from the storage, but other than that, no. Like, there's nothing else. You can just let them pile up in your inventory, or choose not to claim them. But because arcane catalyst exists, I would always claim your symbols, because you could always use them like that if you ever wanna like fast track a new character. Because you can do dailies way more efficiently on your main than you ever could on a mule. Ba-bum. I guess we are going to hit a level on this. Are we? We got like 1 more hour. I think so, yeah. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Should you settle with a good set of epics? Go for unique. It's just kinda how much are you willing to like keep grinding familiars. It's a lot harder to make uniques, but you can get higher boss damage. It takes forever. Like if you like self-making familiars, unless you're exceptionally lucky, you might not see unique boss damage for a while. you also have to look at like what the average is to get any boss damage, because it's possible that maybe because on unique you can get both unique and epic boss damage lines versus an epic, it has to be the epic line that's boss damage. Maybe on average it's actually easier to go for unique if you're looking for boss damage. That I wouldn't know, like there's probably a spreadsheet somewhere. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Last activation, go. CC time. Ba-ba-bum. Mhm. I did wear my master gear, right? Yeah. We good. We're gonna do another coupon after this? I don't think so. No. You know, I don't think I'm gonna quite hit this level. We're gonna be like a little bit short. It is what it is. Bum, bum, bum. Maybe if I throw in another booster. Actually, I should have waited for the rune. Well, good thing there's a rune. Up. Bum. Hello, Atus. It's been a while. 5 minutes to catch it, that's fine. 20 minutes Damien with his blue balls eating your origin. Oh no. It's funny because as a Lin, you probably never have enough time to origin Damien before the blue balls get to you. Because the origin is so slow. Take a break from the content. No, yeah, I get that. Totally understandable. Yeah, now is definitely a hype time. I can't wait for the KMS showcase. A couple years ago, you told your friend this is the only class I ever would switch mains for when Sia got released at Maple M. Look at how the table have turned. How the turns have tabled, how the tables have turned. Just predatory that the cash transfer doesn't last into new patch. Honestly, even just the fact that they don't have monthly cash transfers like they do on KMS is pretty bad. But it is what it is. Yeah, I don't like I tend to like separate the character of Inkwell from the changes that actually happen. So I see Inkwell the same way as like Jensen from Nvidia, where you know it's like this character that's entertaining, and I love Inkwell and all of that. But it's more of like a marketing move and like PR thing. So I don't tend to attribute good changes to Inkwell. Yeah, basically that's what I'm saying. And yeah, I mean we love Inkwell just like we love like Gabe Newell and all of that. But yeah, that's the whole point of placing Inkwell as this savior of GMS. It's like a player perception thing, so they... You know, it's like when brands on Twitter try to act funny and stuff. But I've been loving like a lot of the things GMS has been doing, that's for sure. Like, especially interactive words is doing so much better than it was when I started. And a lot of the good changes happened recently. Especially like 3 double fragments was so good. Spell trace fever changes. Like it's like you forget how bad it used to be once you have all the quality of life. $230 mil from the weekly bosses and the bishop. Not redoing Damien. Not worth it for 34 mil. We hate Damien. Little Foxy. Ali a rat. Skipping another weekly. Stupid stun. You got a 3D printer, that's fun. Love it. If you have a second keyboard, you can mash with 2 keyboards. It's a bit faster. Insane tech. I used to do that for one roid. Like when you had to do the arrow prompt. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum. Yeah, they should honestly remove that mechanic. Fuck it. Don't remove my main. Alright. So we gained the Legion level today. Yeah, we gained the Legion level. And we gained a ton of EXP on the Lumi. Good stuff, good stuff. We're gonna continue grinding on... Yeah, we're gonna do like tomorrow. We're gonna be doing this remaining coupons. It's not much, but yeah. Seems good to me. Okay, let's see. We're 4 levels away now from 10.8. Let's see, what else do I need to do? Ba-dum, ba-dum. I was also gonna buy Innocent Scrolls, I guess. Hold on. Yeah. Like, there's still quite a bit of spell tracing left to do. I honestly can't wait to be done with the spell tracing, because this freaking Innocent Scrolls are eating so much masu, but it's just what we have to do to make it happen. And then I can finally hard save for staff forcing. Let's see. Well, I'm trying to buy... Bro, this seller is gonna be so pissed that I bought them one at a time. There's a stack of medals that I don't know which character I listed them from. We'll find out eventually. We'll find out. throw the mag on 232 Linen Bearer. Not ideal. I mean, it's still better than letting it expire. That's fair. Like, you could also throw it on... Like, using a mag pod at 250 plus is also fine. Like, it's still good EXP. But yeah. Anything else? Anything else? Rather get the level than the 300 bill EXP? I guess. So, Venturing cubes. Let's see. Where do we use the cubes? On the Kain, I guess. Please give me Massa. Oh, come on. Never Massa. Well, maybe next time. Okay. I think that's enough for today. Good stuff, good stuff. We'll be back tomorrow. Let's see who to raid. Thank you everyone for hanging out. And thank you for the raid again, Cherry. And let's see who's streaming. Let's see what's going on. Let's see, let's see. I'll send you to... Let's see, let's see. And if you haven't seen it yet, check out my Yeti video. And I'll send you to... like no one is streaming in the Maple section today. Oh, there's Nero. Okay. Say hi to Nero. Peace. What is this? Hard or Nero stream? Support with combos? What is that? See ya.